Yeah. Nick Mattel better not be 1 second late. Well, I'm 1 minute late, so technically I wasn't 1 second late. Nerd. Let's see what I missed. Hello, my dear fellow infidels. All right, you guys. So this is the Shabbat Shalomin live that we don't normally do. So now that all the Jews are not in the chat, we need to talk about how we are going to free Palestine, of course. That's obvious. Oh, there's an echo? Is there actually an echo? Dun dun dun. No echo. Okay, good. So, anyways, yes, the whole reason, to have the live when the Jews are commanded to turn off their electronics is because we need to talk about how to free Palestine and how we, how we need to subvert these Zios. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. I know a lot of you Jews are heathens and you guys are probably watching right now. So, to my fellow Goyim Gentiles, what up? To my, I guess not fellow Jews, but really fellow Jews. You know what I mean? Because, like, I love you guys. I feel very much connected to you guys as well. Shabbat Shalom. We're doing this special Shabbat Shalom live. Candles are lit in the living room. I'm going to go make sure my wife's good. I'm going to grab a drink. Everyone, please like the live. Just tap that little like, and I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, baby. All right, I'm going to throw a little poll because I want to see how many of you already did. Well, 1 sec. I'm not going to say it because then you guys will start answering without doing the poll. Bum, 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 bum. All right, there's a poll in the chat. I know there's only 500 of you in here, but there's a poll in the chat if you're on YouTube. It's just one more. Fucking piece of shit. Anyway, I want to see how many of you guys already watched the debate. How many of you guys saw it? I'm not talking about if you saw a clip here and there. I'm talking about did you watch the debate, or at least 51% of the debate. While you guys answer that, I'm going to take a piss because I forgot to do that. All my friends are heathen, take it slow. All right. Seems like it's about 50-50. A little bit more of you guys watched it. That's okay. That's actually better than I thought. I thought it'd be like 80% of you guys watched it. So to those asking, did Andrew get cooked or did Candy get cooked? I have an interesting perspective on it. Objectively speaking, Andrew Wilson won. Not even close. Like legitimately. That's like all my bias aside, I'm looking at it 100% objectively, like as if I was truly neutral. Obviously, I'm not, but to the best of my ability, which I think I can do because I literally have judged debates before, like professional college debates. I've been in the judge's chair. So objectively, absolutely, he won. It's not even close. Because the things that he did bad at were things that weren't particular to the claim. The things that Candace did bad at were the things that were very particular to the claim, right? That's the problem. So if I was judging, although there's some things that Andrew did that are clippable in modern age. Again, I'm talking about objectively. We'll get into the modern age and how the Twitter sphere works and all that. It wouldn't actually really be a big deal if I was judging a debate. You know, maybe a laugh. That's about it. Was it worth 300K? No. Even if Andrew absolutely like decimated her, even if she walked out crying in her own home, and you know, okay, maybe that would be worth the 300,000, but anything like before that, no, it would never be worth the 300,000. The only thing that could be worth the 300,000 if she probably walked out crying, or she said, you know what, I'm abandoning maybe you're right, but that's never going to happen. That would not ever happen, and I think Andrew knows that. I did speak with Andrew right after the debate. I assume before I don't know if he got on a plane or not, but he messaged me. I'll actually show you guys because it was a nice message. Nope, he really did pay her 300K. I know, it's unfortunate, but that's the only way she would come to the table. So Andrew was over here. I sent him this, which I'll show you guys in a second. Said, great job today, bud. He said, haha, she looks so bad, and I let her hang herself. He's talking about this clip. I'll show you in a second. I knew she would. Good advice from you. So he said good advice from you because this part, he really took my advice in. I think he would have done it anyways. I'm not taking credit by any means because whether me and Andrew, we don't agree on a lot. You know, especially my main thing. I'm an Israel guy, and he's not. Not at all. However, I will admit, regardless of our agreements or not, we debate very similarly. I think sometimes he focuses a little bit too much on ad homs, but, you know, I'm just talking about when he kind of focus and hold people's feet to the fire. He does that, and he did it here. Now that I've given you guys, before I show you this clip, the objective truth is that Andrew won. Anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. I don't care. Oh, Nick, you're biased. He objectively won. That is a fact. When it comes to the way Twitter sphere works, and Andrew barely ad homs, no, it's true. But when he does, I'm not going to lie, sometimes he makes me go, ouch, dude. But yeah, it's just a difference in opinion. Anyways, when it comes to how the Candace cult works, 56% already watched it, 44% didn't. Wow, that's actually better than I thought. I would say nobody really won. I mean, maybe still Andrew, because again, you cannot deny. I don't care if you're a Candace fan. I'm sure there's some in the chats that are like, no, Candace totally won, blah, blah. You cannot deny that the things that went wrong for Candace were things that were relevant to the claim. The claim being effectively, did Tyler Robinson most likely do it or not? Is the evidence there? Is it not? Is it she's claiming that he's a patsy? Andrew's claiming that no, unless you provide like actual positive evidence, he's the one. So the things that Candace did bad were relevant to the claim. When she fact-checked herself multiple times, that was relevant to the claim. The things Andrew did bad were not really relevant to the claim. Like, the worst part Andrew did, for those that watched it, I'm sorry I'm spoiling some of it for those that didn't watch it, but it's not that big a deal, was when she's like, can you name the 7 charges, right? Can you name all 7 charges that, Tyler has been charged with, right? I want to see how much you care about this case. He, she's like, just name one, excuse me. There were 7, she said name one. He said murder. She's like, well, actually, it's aggravated murder, which, to be fair, yeah, legally that is slightly, I mean, it's still murder, but it's different in terms of like how it's charged and the punishment for it. But like, that's not really relevant. Did it look embarrassing? Sure. Did the Candace Owens people clip it and just, stamp it everywhere? Oh my God, I did not remember the 7 charges. Yes, they did. Does it actually make a difference? Like, does Andrew not knowing the exact 7, does that make somehow Tyler Robinson being a patsy more plausible? No, whether Andrew knew all 7 and even let's say Candace didn't, it wouldn't change anything about the claim. So that's what I mean. The things that Andrew looked bad at were not relevant at all to the claim. Where was I going with this? Yeah. So objectively, Andrew won. Twitter sphere wise, Andrew still won. But is it going to change any Candace culty minds? No. Actually, maybe a very, very tiny amount. So Patrick Bet David did a poll after, and I really liked it. I don't know if I have it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just tell you what it said. He did a poll saying there's 4 options. I thought Candace won, and I went in supporting Candace. I thought Andrew won, went in supporting Andrew, and then also the opposites. I went in supporting Andrew, but think Candace won, and vice versa. I went in supporting Candace, and I think Andrew won. Now, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but when it comes to thousands to possibly tens of thousands of votes, Andrew had more Candace fans say Andrew won than the other way around by 1 to 2%. I think by the end, it went up like maybe 2%. So is it a lot? No. I think he had 9 to 10%, and she had like 8%, right, for her. And then who won straight out and was supporting, Andrew won by like 20%. Now, do I think social media polls are a good, measure? Not really, but I will say if we have to, which we do, take one, I would take the PBD one. I'm sure Crucible probably ran some polls. Obviously, they're going to say Andrew won. Candace, if she runs a poll, obviously they're going to say Candace won. So the closest we can get while using a shitty social media poll is going to be obviously the PBD one, especially how he asked the question. I really, really appreciate that he asked the question in the sense of like, I actually supported this person, but thought the other person won. But overall, the mass majority, this didn't change shit. All right, let me show you guys this clip, and then we'll get pretty much right into it. This is what I said Andrew does very well, and this is where I think Andrew can improve. My critique for the night, I'll just say it right now. Andrew should have held her feet to the fire a little bit more. Not as much as some people are saying, though. Some people are really, really upset, and they're like, he should have been way harsher on her. Actually, a skilled debater knows which points to let go and which points to hold the feet to the fire. Sometimes just letting your person talk, the opponent, is more than enough, and that's not the thing. But that being said, there's a few things I wish he kind of pushed more on. But overall, this is an example of him doing it.
Oh, how did you know that?
Okay, I forgot to switch this to my headphones. I'm sorry. Stupid Nick. Stupid. All right, here we go. I think this is it.
Oh, how did you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source. An anonymous source, of course.
3 people got interviewed on that night. Only one of them actually wrote a statement.
Why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team.
So I skipped forward, just give you guys a little bit of context for those who didn't see it. And this, Andrew did so well. This was one of the best parts he did. She said earlier, I didn't show it, you guys will see it when we watch the full thing. She said earlier that she had this like anonymous source. That's what Andrew was saying. Anonymous source, of course. That, she got all this information from the parents and things that she can't reveal how she knows, but she knows, And yeah, that's why Andrew said, that.
Court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well,
Perfect.
Oh, how did you know that?
And that was perfect. That's how I debate too. You have to remember what they say. And then 5 minutes later, 10 minutes, don't forget it, because then you can put it back and notice how she's like, I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, she's trying to pretend like, well, I don't want to expose my source. First off, she exposed Joe Kent as a source, whether it was on purpose or on accident. And we'll get into that when we watch the full video in about 5 minutes. But second, no, it's because she realized she fucked up. Oh, well, the parents can't come out and say that the media and everyone's lying about Tyler Robinson because their lawyers are telling them not to. I don't know how you know what the lawyers are saying, Candace, but okay. The lawyers are telling them not to. But the parents and the family and all these other people are telling your anonymous source all this information. That's pretty interesting. All right, let's get into it, you guys. We're going to watch it on the Crucible. Oh, dang, they're already posting videos? Dang, look at them go. Look at them go. Wait, does it have his face? It does have his face? Oh, no, it's just kind of like, smart. All right, I think this is it. Yep, this is it right here.
Wow.
It's funny that you took like from Candace's. She probably made that a requirement. She probably was like, it has to be like my header because I'm Candace. I'm Candace Owens. Jesus, where's the start at? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with the super chats real quick, and then we will start. Titan King, thanks for the membership. To Nick 2. Patriotic Z, a 300-person town in the UK, wants to secede from the UK and become US territory and citizens. That's hilarious. I didn't know that. Freedom says, I would pay her 0, not a dime. She came for 30 minutes plus an interview on her beliefs. Legima says, I tried and failed to watch it. Her face and babble and horde of idiots is overwhelmingly disgusting and enraging to me. That's fair. And Kenneth says, I find the video of Candace mispronouncing basic English words for several straight minutes much more entertaining than today's debate. Just so you know, babe. Hey! So you know, he says the...
I know, we're looking for one part.
Okay, I just wanted to, maybe you want to go behind a little bit or something, because he says the arch there, so if you're watching on TikTok. All right, guys, let's get started.
See that too.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind.
I need somebody, not really, but maybe. I don't need a perfect number, but look at the amount of times Candace looks over at Patrick Bet David. I'm not talking about like right now where she's smiling and they're joking. I'm talking about when she gets nervous. You'll know it. You'll know it. She gets like kind of nervous or she gets frustrated with Andrew and she just kind of looks over at PBD. It's so hilarious. You don't actually have to count, but just take note of when she does it. It's really funny. I'm going to put this on 1.25 speed, you guys, so we can get through it a little quicker.
Closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out. But Andrew, you said this. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out here.
Nobody cares, Patrick.
The folks out there, you.
Actually, me and Patrick are friends on Instagram. I'm just kidding, Patrick. But seriously, nobody cares.
That's watching and saying, hey, I agree, I disagree, comment. The Crucible, types of conversation, 99%. Both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point...
Wait a minute. Wasn't Candace I didn't see really the beginning. I kind of watched started a little bit late. Wasn't Candace complaining the whole time about Andrew having like a bigger team? Wasn't that like her big fucking complaint and bitching and moaning?
If somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even if folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew,
because Candace
your claim
said no.
is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's
I want people to listen to what he just said right there. Just pay attention, especially if you didn't watch it yet. Because so many people are saying, oh, you said overwhelming evidence, but later you say you're only 75 to 85% sure. Yeah, he says right here what he means by overwhelming evidence. And 75 to 85 would be overwhelming evidence and would make sense and something that hasn't even gone to trial yet.
Open comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died, what special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any.
Really funny because remember, Andrew Wilson, not a pro-Israel guy, just in case you guys didn't know that.
There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't...
Andrew Wilson's about to read from a text that has never been seen before, supposedly.
Need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is a killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd, and she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the...
You mean the meat and potatoes of the debate. Anyways, just to give you guys a little bit of a forewarning, a little bit of a spoiler here, if you guys are thinking she's going to provide evidence for anything at all, obviously she wouldn't provide evidence for everything, but if you think it's going to be anything, the answer's a big fat no. She absolutely, and yeah, she does do a preamble right here also. She says, I'm not going to do the preamble, and then does one. Anyways, I feel like I have to sneeze. Anyways, yeah, so she doesn't provide evidence for anything.
The audience, I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
The logical fallacy. Does anyone know which logical fallacy it is to say, well, the government has lied to us a lot of times in the past, so that must mean they're lying to us now? Also, you guys weren't friends. Charlie Kirk unfollowed you like a year before he died. And also, he's the reason you were let go from TPUSA. And also, that's why everything you have is from like 2017, 2018 or so. And also, fuck you.
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or
you're still doing the preamble as you keep saying you're not doing the preamble.
Pretending that I've been running the podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that.
But you have said that actually. Also, why I really hate this this bullshit post hoc fallacy. I really hate this bullshit where she tries to say, oh, it's $1 billion industry. We don't have to be paid to, yes, I did catch her throwing Joe Kent under the short bus. Yeah, we talked about it. We don't really, we don't have to get paid to disagree with you, Candace. Just like you don't have to get paid, even though you are. But you don't have to get paid from somebody else and outside people to disagree with us.
That I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I made a video on this. I'm actually going to be making a full YouTube video on this and something else she says about Israel. This is just a straight out fucking lie. Just straight out lie. One, Bibi Netanyahu didn't do a tour. Two, people were, including Ian Carroll, your friend Candace Owens, were already saying Israel before Netanyahu did that interview where he said they didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Three, why did he say that? It wasn't because of a tour. It wasn't because he felt the need to say it. It's because he was fucking asked. The reporter asked him, hey, there are people like Ian Carroll, but others that are saying Israel did it. What do you think about that? And Netanyahu, he said, that's insane. We must, change the moon's orbit as Israel at this point. That's literally what happened. And Candace knows that. I don't think Candace is dumb. I think she's actually really smart. I think she realizes her audience is dumb, so she can just say a straight out fucking lie. It's not even like you could twist this into maybe she meant this. It's a straight out lie. And she knows her following will just say it anyways.
And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say.
He didn't say it was about Tucker Carlson.
Actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say, I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the FETSLOP. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss.
No, you just need to take $300,000 to even come to the table. It's also insane that all these conspiracy theories always say shit like that. Listen, I love conspiracy theories as much as the next person, and some of them have turned out to be correct. But the irony of these conspiracy theories, the ones that are really, really hell-bent on them, they like to say shit like, oh, conspiracy theories just means we're ahead of the game because we're always proven right. Actually, no. Conspiracy theorists are almost always proven wrong. It's just when you're proven right, that's the one you focus on and you say, hey, look at this one that we were right about. But like the overwhelming majority of conspiracy theories are not proven right, actually.
Your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should
You have been
be here. Whatever. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they sent us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy
0%.
influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. If you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't
actually see, and this is funny. Okay. Listen to what she just said. Was Tyler Robinson involved that day? Yes. All right. But wait a minute. I should probably move my face down here so you guys can see Andrew, huh? My bad. Like blocking Andrew's face right now. It's like I'm on his face. Anyways, she's been saying that he's never even been on the campus, at least that day. I think she did say at one point he's never even been on that. I don't know, but I know she said that day. That's what she said, and now she's totally backtracking her whole argument, and now he was involved that day. I put that on X, and you know what the Candace cult said? She didn't say he was on the campus. She just said that he was involved that day. Except this is how we know she means on the campus, whether she knows it or not. I'll tell you how. Because she's saying he's a patsy. Okay? He's a patsy. Meaning, you guys know what patsy means. So how could a patsy be involved that day without being on the actual campus? Now, if he was somebody who was actually part of the conspiracy and actually worked for, like they'd say, the Mossad, then sure, he could be involved without being on the campus that day. And when I asked this, most of the Candace cult, they didn't have an answer, so they ran away. But someone was like, well, he could be aiding and abetting, and he could be doing funding and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, but then he wouldn't be a patsy. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. So to be a patsy and be involved in that day, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't imagine there'd be any other way to be involved unless he was on the campus.
I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie.
This, just so you guys know that haven't seen the debate, this is the whole thing. She wiggles around every single answer. And she's not nearly as brave as she is on her show. Let me tell you guys what she said on her show. She has all but said the exploding mic theory is true. You want to know what she said? She said that she had evidence, and she showed this picture, kind of, in the SUV where there's something on the ground, and she says that it looks like the pieces of the mic because it exploded. So there's, pieces, little pieces, and it's on the floor of the SUV, right? Notice how when she is in her show, she has no problem being like, or even some tweets, posts, exploding mic, it's not a gun, blah, blah, blah. And then when he asks her, oh, so do you think this? She's like, well, I don't know. No, you do know what you think. You just don't want to answer because if you say no, then Andrew is going to push.
and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies.
I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a background, okay? A little bit of some context. I tried so hard, because me and Andrew were talking a little bit yesterday. I tried to have one more conversation with him. I wanted to call him, but I think at that point he was already on the plane. Maybe he was asleep. And I wish, because I wanted to call him and say, ask her, if anything, about the exploding mic theory. Ask her a couple things. One, if there was an exploding mic, how come the mic, which is clipped inside Charlie's shirt, and you have the clip on the outside, but the mic is inside, right? If it were to explode and shoot a projectile into his neck, one, it wouldn't hit the spine, so it wouldn't make sense. Like, it makes sense if someone shoots him straight, or a slight angle with the gun on the rooftop, that it's going to go hit the spine. But don't even ask that. If it was an explosion, and somehow it contained the explosion to only shoot a projectile up, right? The mic would have to be made of a special material to where the explosion didn't happen, because all explosions are the same. They go in all direction. They're omnidirectional, okay? But let's say they made it to a way so it only goes one direction, and let's say it's perfect right in the neck. Let's pretend all of that is true. Why did the mic go the direction of the explosion? You see it, if you go in slow motion, you see the mic shoot up and it goes towards the direction where Candace would say the projectile shot out. Does that make sense? He doesn't end up asking that. I wish he did. I wish I was able to get on the phone with him, tell him, like, please ask this if she brings up the exploding mic theory, which he in some way kind of does, in a very cowardice way. Because that wouldn't make sense, right? Same thing if you shoot a gun, right? It pushes away from where the bullet's shooting out. If there's an explosion that's directed in one direction, guess what? The container's going to go the opposite direction. It wouldn't go towards the direction, right? Okay, cool.
Defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from low sea, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then
30-06 isn't a caliber, just FYI. It's a cartridge, technically. Okay, whatever.
There's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the time.
Just FYI, that restaurant, I can look up right now, but I'm pretty sure that restaurant has come out and said we have no evidence that Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant. Just FYI.
Timeline stuff. I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
whether
want to use
starting
the first,
with,
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do.
See how smart Andrew sounds right now with the caliber and core log and that sounds, I'm not going to say for sure, but that sounds a lot like Gary from Paramount Tactical. Shout out Gary, Paramount Tactical.
In this case, a flex tip round. Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece, this thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And
just FYI, for those that aren't like maybe experts with bullets or you don't know shit about it, there's a lot of Israelis in the chat, so maybe you guys do actually know about it. But just in case, he's absolutely correct. This was almost certainly 150 grain, maybe 180 grain, but almost certainly 150 grain. And on top of that, it was definitely a soft point, 30-06 cartridge, caliber Candace. But anyways, the soft point is designed to mushroom the second it hits a dense bone, especially. Technically, it already sort of starts 3 to 5 inches past flesh, but it really does that once it hits dense bone. Now, what's considered dense bone? Is the spine considered that? Absolutely. In fact, believe it or not, the spine, because of the way it's designed, that's kind of the whole purpose of the spine, is actually designed by God, of course, to expel what's the word I'm looking for? Force, right? It's made to absorb that. Now, if it's a full metal jacket, which there are reports from World War I, World War II, of full metal jackets not going through by specifically hitting the spine, but it's more likely to because it's not designed to mushroom, right? Full metal jacket is solid. It will probably go through. At best, maybe it could deflect and go out a different exit wound. I've seen reports of people getting shot in, like, let's say the chest, and it exits out somewhere completely different. Bullets do weird things in the body. It's not like Hollywood at all. But that being said, the fact that it's a soft point, Andrew's pushing back on it. I wish he pushed a little bit more. This idea that it's like couldn't have been a 30-06 is insane. There's a report. I was talking with Gary from Paramount Tactical, and he showed me this report of somebody who was shot from 60 yards away, which is more than half the distance as Tyler Robinson to Charlie Kirk's shot was, with a full metal jacket 30-06 in the arm, and it didn't go through. Now, is that likely? No, that's probably once in a very blue moon, but the fact that that's happened before, 60-yard shot, arm, didn't go through.
And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be...
That's right. Yuck, in the comments, that's absolutely right. Chuck Ritter, he was shot with the 7.62 by 54, I think it is. It's known as the Russian 30-06. It's literally the same caliber, effectively. It's just a different word. But anyways, nonetheless, yeah, he was shot from 25 yards.
A part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
And Martin Luther King.
So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy. You could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay,
and I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected it and said...
I know what Candace is trying to do here. She's like, your wife said that without like saying it. It's actually not that uncommon. So in the military, the wives, I guess sometimes husbands, sometimes the person that's active is the wife. But, I was on submarine, so we didn't have any women. The wife... very commonly gets jobs wrong. Not everyone goes home and tells, and not every wife also even really wants to know the specifics of their husband that's in the military or whatever, but they don't always know. In fact, a lot of the times if you ask a wife, like specifically, what does, your husband do, they're going to get it wrong a lot. Now for me, maybe it's a little easier because nuclear engineer is a lot different than, let's say, infantry. Infantry has a slew of different jobs. Nuclear engineer is a nuclear engineer. Right? The differences might be ET versus MM versus EM versus maybe an ELT, but that's about it, right? But still, it's totally reasonable, actually, that his wife said something 15 years ago and was just like, oh, okay, sorry.
Did you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to
start
2 points.
with the
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5
That's not true, by the way. I don't think that's how she testified to that, but let's keep going.
plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain.
That is not true. That's not true at all. In fact, I'm almost positive it's the opposite. Hold on, let me just look it up. I'll keep playing, but let me just look that up. I'm pretty sure it's literally the exact opposite.
How Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't.
Sorry. It actually wasn't even about prints. It was actually about DNA from swabs, which is not the same thing. And in the Charlie Kirk case, the recovered Mauser rifle, which was found wrapped in a towel, was primarily linked via DNA evidence, not traditional fingerprints. And Tyler Robinson's was not the most degraded, as reported on the rifle itself. Let me keep reading, but I wanted to give you that she's not right about that. But I'm going to keep reading to get more details.
You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And
Yeah. Okay. Here it is right here. In the DNA testing, ATF analyst Caitlin Oliver, that's who she said, right? Caitlin Oliver? Hold on, we're at 3842. Let me just go back to make sure I heard what she said.
I think have said on a platform that you were gun
I'm a citizen.
testimony. With your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that
Okay. So she said Samantha. Okay. But anyways, ATF analysts, let me go back to where we were though. ATF analysts, Caitlin Oliver, and other related testimony, so it could also include Samantha, but I'm not really particularly sure, showed that Robinson was the major and primary contributor on multiple different parts, including the trigger guard, the stock, the grips, the bolts, and others. And then some of those were mixed between 2 to 5 people in total, not 5 just in total for the whole gun, because obviously they're going to look at different parts of the gun and see that. Some support for his father's DNA as a possible minor on the bolt specifically in some samples consisted with a family heirloom, and likelihood ratios were extremely high. At least 1 trillion to 1 in key samples, the lab's reporting cap. So not only was Candace wrong, it literally was the opposite of true. She couldn't have been more wrong about that.
I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
That's true.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony.
Andrew's wrong, but so is Candace. We do know. Well, he's right. We don't actually know all of it. They're still doing stuff. And I'm also, you guys have to understand with preliminary, the state is never going to release all of their information. They are just trying to get to the point where they say we have enough to go to trial. But they're never going to release. So they actually might have a lot. So I guess technically Andrew is correct. We don't have all of it. But like I just read for you guys and gave you the source, she was wrong.
On the
We
prints.
don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know
Yep.
on the print front.
True.
But Tyler Robinson's
Correct.
DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, first, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just
Man, what are the fact checkers doing, dude? What the heck? She's literally wrong about this.
grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's
explain
the
it.
case.
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
It can be.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson.
Andrew's trying to get to it, as you guys can tell, but Twiggs' DNA was not found on it at all. Twiggs' DNA was actually found slightly, again, very little, but slightly possibly on the wrap towel, whatever it was, wrap towel on the gun. Twiggs was not found on the gun. That wasn't true.
Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said
Which makes sense. It's a family gun.
there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here.
Ooh, I know I need to still catch up with Super Chats. We'll do later, but I do want to bring attention to Crusader Jason because it's a very good point. Barrel debris could factor in slowing the round. Absolutely.
Is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up
Okay.
That's a point to Candace. That's true. She didn't say proof. She said evidence.
as a patsy.
So this is why I said
Although her evidence is literally wrong.
earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you
See, notice Andrew messed up, right? Not with this statement. His statement's correct, but notice how he was really trying to be like, wait, are you saying Lance Twiggs? And she's like, no, I want to finish. He forgot to go back to that.
claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA?
Oh, never mind. There it is.
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the
He did. Sorry, I was like in and out when I was watching this earlier. I guess he did bring it back up. My fault, but he needs to really push into it.
information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay,
if I can't
I'll
get
wait.
to the end of
I'll
the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. his prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody
Is she like kind of saying that Matt Robinson, he's the one that set up his? Okay.
is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're
This was one of the biggest blunders that she did. That is very much incorrect. I'm sure some of it is. That's not incorrect. But to say that it is hearsay, the whole preliminary, is absolutely an insane thing to say and is incorrect.
You're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is
It also doesn't make sense because she was also going off of stuff in the preliminary, and she said that the facts won't change during the trial, so it's also whatever.
not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no, this is a huge point. This
I want
is,
to.
this
Well,
is
hey,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need more
was
than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every
The
single
team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show
pull
it.
it
In
up.
the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at? Just so
So notice Candace's face right here. This is really funny. Just so you guys know, this doesn't go her way. And look at how much she freaks out. Like, I'm going to rewind a little bit when she says, yeah, we need a fact check. And PBD's like, actually, Andrew's team is asking for the fact check. Look how nervous she gets. Just one more time.
to present when it's just a no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than
Look how smug she looks. She's like, oh, yeah.
a fact check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim,
Look at her face now. She's like, oh, shit. And now she's trying to preemptively strike on the fact check that proves her wrong. Oh, what is this? What is this right here?
is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at? Just so we know.
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially.
Just so you guys know, this is the state preliminary brief, which is super funny because she accused Andrew of not watching the preliminary because he didn't know every single little thing, which, by the way, she lied about that Utah law anyway. She was wrong about it, but like, let's say she was right about it. She's like, oh, so you didn't watch it. This is the preliminary brief. This was in the preliminary. So the fact that she's like, oh, what are we looking at right now? What? Wait a minute, Candace, I thought you watched the preliminary, which of course she did. I'm not denying it. It's just really funny.
Perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, etc.
I wish she kind of got to this, but I get it. Andrew was definitely limited on how he could act. I believe that 100%. But it's like, how would all of that damage be done by an exploding mic that goes upwards into the neck?
etc. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact.
Well, it says when the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, it actually says it. He didn't keep reading, but it says it right here. I don't know if you guys can see it when the bullet struck, and it also goes into, let's see, believe that the bullet came from the rifle, fire from a position east of Mr. Kirk's canopy, Yeah, so...
Fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in.
Oh my gosh, she's such a gaslighter. Do you notice how she just changed it? She went from the entire preliminary is hearsay because of 1102 to 1102 means they don't have to. Did you guys catch that? I didn't catch that the first time I watched it, and I did see this part. Like, what a fucking gaslighter. Nobody said you don't have to. Nobody mentioned that, but that wasn't your claim, Candace. Your claim was that it was all hearsay because of this.
Of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying,
not all of it, like I said.
Yes,
the overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's.
Oh my freaking gosh, dude. She is just like, I wish I could know. Like, if I could have one minor, because if I had one wish, I'd wish for a lot of things. But I wish I could tell, like, does she actually, like, is she a sophist? Like, is that what she is? Is she a sophist? Or is she just, like, actually dumb and she doesn't realize that she's saying two different things? Because she went from it's all hearsay to it doesn't have to be to it's all hearsay.
Testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial. Which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just can't willy-nilly
say. I'm not disputing.
No, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace, you can't talk about the degraded prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And then infer off of that that Tyler could have been a patsy.
Hey, PBD, dude, love you, man. You're not doing a good job. Okay? She has been speaking 80% of the time with at least this last point. You have to be like, all right, Candace, we need to let Andrew be able to answer because he has said now 3 or maybe 4 times that's not what I'm disputing. If she keeps saying, yes, you are, at that point, the moderator needs to step in and be like, well, let's let him explain why, and then you can debunk.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary. Andrew, can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire.
Yeah. See what she just did right there? I was looking where she was looking. So it says right here, reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. What does she say? As she's reading it?
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations.
That's not what it says, Candace. That's not what it says. It says reliable hearsay is admissible at criminal preliminary examinations. Not that it's all hearsay.
The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that...
Where the fuck are you reading right now? Where does it say entire? Am I missing it? What the The fuck? Gosh, Andrew, look at the screen, dude. Love you, bro, but come on, look at the screen and be like, nope.
That means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say,
see, this is when I wish like I was in there, because I would be, I'm very particular the way I debate with holding people to their word. If she was saying that, I'd be like, no, where does it say that? And she'd be like, well, nope, where does it say that? I want you to point to me on the screen. You can get your pregnant ass up if you need to and point at the screen and tell me where it says that.
Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point
Candace, how can you tell him what his point of contention is? He's telling you that's what the point of contention is. It's his point. Sorry, guys.
It's the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
Fair question.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your.
Jeez. Like, he's not saying it's not a fact or it is a fact. He's asking you, Candace, for you to go from, hey, I have some doubt about this. Can we get better images? I hope we get more in the trial. To you saying he is a patsy. Because remember, when PBD asked, what is your percentage level? Andrew said 75 to 85%. So he's kind of allowed to have that wiggle room because there is, at minimum, 15% where he's saying, yeah, if I get new information, that totally would change my mind. That was fair. A lot of people are giving Andrew shit for that, but I thought that was really intelligent of him, right? She said, and I quote, 0% that he was at least shot with a 30-06. So a very strong, at least 90, 95%, although he didn't ask her particularly, she must think Tyler Robinson's a patsy. I would say 100% because she said it.
Your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up. That he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you
don't worry. For the people that haven't seen it, Andrew does end up getting to the point where he's like, "This isn't all hearsay."
Just saw the states and you're accepting it, and they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
it,
so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard.
You guys think that Andrew is shaking his feet a lot because he's like, this bitch is annoying? Or do you think he's shaking his feet a lot because he's like, man, I really could use a cigarette right now? right now.
And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Yeah, I'm shaking. I'm shaking now
That's
too.
how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd.
Yeah, that's what it was, Candace. They're both wearing Converses. I'm sure it was nothing else. See, this is the problem, and I wish Andrew brought this up. This is the problem with Candace's point, right? Every single thing she mentioned on an individual level is a very good point. But when you put it together, you guys have heard the saying, right? 2 things is a coincidence, 3 things is a pattern. 3 plus is a pattern, right? When she says blurry image that looks like his car, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's true. That would be ridiculous by itself. Both wearing Converse, that's ridiculous. Yeah, by itself, that would be ridiculous. Maroon shirt, same pants, same build, same person, same skin color, same hat that he's worn in other photos and shirt that he's worn in other photos that wasn't the September 10th shooting, that we have other photos of him from his whatever social medias. That's weird by itself. But when you, oh yeah, sorry, not car, vehicle. That's right, my bad. But when you have all of them together, what are the fucking odds that you have everything that looks in a blurry... I'll give you that a lot of it is blurry or stretched images, wide angle cameras. I'll give you that. I'll give you all that, Candace. But what are the odds? Like, please tell me, what are the odds of all of it being lined up?
Absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said.
Oh my
That's
God,
what
whatever.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd thing to say.
Just please concede that point. Can you please? You're fucking cooking me right now, dude. I really, really wish now. Like, I'm increasingly wishing I was in that seat. I think Andrew did fine. I'm not saying he didn't. He definitely won. But I'm just saying, oh god.
So these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inference.
I do really like that Andrew did that a lot, right? He doesn't harp on it like Candace does, but he makes sure it's understood. Like, yep, that didn't happen. You're just making stuff up. That was really good of him.
That you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it? Or no?
No, I don't delete
tweets.
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was
misspell.
his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was.
Yeah, that's not what he asked. He asked when it was.
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking upstairs.
Yeah, that's what it was.
The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the
which you were wrong about.
Screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that together, Candace. Gosh, I really wish Andrew said that. One of those things, I will even give you 2 of those things, could be coincidence. All of it together, including a lot of stuff he didn't mention, because obviously he was just typing real quick,
But that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet
exactly.
It. But
it's not an exhaustive list.
You should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull your own clip.
Did I say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
I don't know.
Let's
Let's fact check it because I don't think they do. Let's see. 5644. 5644 is where we're at. Is it right here?
Actually, I'm asking, how do you? Those are equally.
That makes sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning,
Candace.
idea. I don't know how many times I can write to say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer on a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
Stay down to be convinced states in your
Yeah.
right to say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the four?
say that's what convinced me.
Okay, got it. So I would give that point more to Candace because she didn't technically say only, although she is really, 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 really inferring that, but she didn't technically use the word only. And wait, where were we? 56? Anyways, but what I will say is she was wrong to say like that is what convinced me. Obviously, that's not an exhaustive list. There's obviously more things I'm sure Andrew believes would convince him more than just those things he listed.
Exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of
That's
that,
true.
moving over
That's
to
true.
the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got.
What a gaslighter. Did you guys hear that? She goes, "Are you and he's like, "Yeah, I'm okay." I was going to say that. Bitch, what were you going to say? Are you so like what else were you going to say?
Check, and now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right?
That's not fair, PPD. And I'll explain why. Because when someone says the evidence is overwhelming, they're talking about the exhaustive list, the multitude of it all. What Candace wants to do is debunk each one individually, and by debunk, very, very loose bullshit debunking, but nonetheless, in her mind, debunk. But when you say overwhelming evidence, it's not because each one individually holds up. It's because it holds up as an exhaustive list altogether. That's okay.
I feel like
Sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some reason you permit yourself to
I'm not going to answer your question, Andrew. I'm just going to ask your question back at you.
do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Oh,
Yeah, so
this part, Andrew does. I mean, it's great.
in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence.
Yes.
So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Yeah, you fucked up there, Candace. You should have let him. He was giving you a little bit of an out. He's saying, humor me. You should have been like, okay, but you fucked up. And here we go.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus.
Yep.
Said it in his own messages.
Yep.
On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
think
it.
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had
gonna see
some.
me in the staircase?
That he had some.
No, you see what Candace just tried to slip in there? Andrew said in Robinson's text messages, I don't know if it was text or Discord or whatever, you're going to see me on the security footage cameras. And Candace slips in.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see
some.
me on the staircase?
You're going to see me on the staircase. No, that's not what Andrew said, you little sneaky woman, you.
He had some. Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
Sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidence.
That was funny, actually,
so
Candace.
let's
That was
address
funny.
those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't.
Look, she literally looks at PBD like he's gonna save her. Look at this, because he's right. Andrew's literally right. He didn't say that. He said in the footage, which that could also and probably would include that specific footage, but as a multitude, the footage itself.
the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing,
Yes.
but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity,
Mm-hmm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you about Lance's statement.
Well, that's also ridiculous for two reasons. One, because Tyler Robinson's wearing sunglasses, a hat, you can't see all of his face. The fact that she is his boyfriend, is it a boy pretending to be a woman, or is it a woman pretending to be a boy? I actually don't know. I don't know why I never looked into that. It's a woman pretending to be a boy, right? Somebody, can we get a fact check on that? Can we get a fact check on that? I bet Candace's team hates her. No. It's a transformer. Oh, come on, you guys. Male? That doesn't help me. Are you saying like, okay, like it's literally a male, like biologically a male, pretending to be a girl? You guys aren't helping me. You're just saying it's a man. I don't know if you guys are like transphobes or not. No, it's a guy who thinks he's a girl. Got it. Okay, so it's dude thinks it's a woman. Okay, so she is right to say then his boyfriend. So his boyfriend would, for two reasons. One, the sunglasses, the hat. That's why he would say, hey, I'm not 100% sure. But the second reason is the obvious. It's the love of his life. It's his gay boyfriend. I love him. I don't want to sell him out, but I also don't want to get in trouble with the law. So I'm going to take the middle ground and be like, I think it is him. Like, come on. It's kind of obvious. To the person that says she/him, stop it. There's no such thing as a she/him.
Would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
Either.
Because...
Sorry, I got to read this. E. Matthew says, as a gay, I do not claim. Yeah, no, I have no... The LGB, I'll go with, the T's really, really dragging you guys down. You need to cut that off.
They interviewed him on September 11th.
Also, while we're on the subject, can somebody tell me the difference between queer and gay? Because like growing up, I thought that was the same thing. So when they say LGBTQ, well, first off, I assume Q does mean queer, but no, wait, not cut it off. What's the difference? If somebody can just explain that to me, I don't know.
And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May,
Where's
they
an umbrella
bring him
term? Okay.
back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow...
God, she just did it again. She just said it's all hearsay. No, it's not all hearsay. Oh my gosh. I think she knows too. Because when she started reading, you notice how she cut off the word and she didn't read the rest of it. I think she realized, oh shit, I was wrong. So I'm just going to not read it.
In that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have.
What was it?
And to say, I'm not in 26, that is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said, I don't remember that.
Well,
Actually, you said, and I quote, "You're not right." She said both because that's what Candace does. Candace likes to have an out. So she goes, "I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't think that's right." And then she then said again, "Yeah, no, that's not right." Right? Do you know what not right means? It means wrong.
Saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, so what are we saying is not here?
This is it right here. This is it right here. Oof. Ouch. Ouch, Candace. So for those that are wondering, this is the same rule, but lower, right? This is rule 801 specifically, right? Where she said it's all hearsay. This is literally saying statements that are not hearsay. Statement that means, because she's not going to read it, so I'll read it real quick. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay. Declarant witness's prior statement, an opposing party statement, and I'm sure there's more because they haven't scrolled down. Oof.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Ooh, that's not what you said. That's not what you said, Candace. You said it had to be hearsay because of the rule. Now you're changing it.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said,
that's not the same thing as hearsay.
To you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you
the
didn't.
She just did it again. She just did it again. Does she, like, it's actually really, it's really starting to bother me, actually, how much she changes between all of its hearsay to they're allowed to have hearsay.
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
No, actually, Andrew, she said all of it, but good enough.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which
they
kept
now it's an opinion.
Some of those parts were quite
sound
scientific.
Like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
and
at
what
all.
Are the things?
How many times did you watch the preliminary hearing? It's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage. But I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard. And I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
Hold on, I gotta read this. So she's lying because I tried to look up like, hey, what precise percentage or estimate percentage was under 1102. It actually says that there is none because they didn't label. Now, maybe some of it was labeled. I'm not gonna say none. But not everything was labeled. So she can't even say, she did say all. I wish Andrew caught that. He gave her a break by saying most. But nonetheless, even if she did say the overwhelming majority, most, whatever, She can't say that actually because it's not all labeled out. What she's going off of is that the defense filing characterized the state's presentation as involving extensive use of 1102, but it's not specifically on what. Now, some of it, right, with Twiggs's interview statements, for example, the reason that one was 1102 was because there was a recorded interview that was admitted, but Twiggs didn't appear in person. So that's why. But that's still a weak and disingenuous argument because she has to explain why she thinks that somehow it would be a lie. They're saying it's hearsay on a technicality, right? Because he literally didn't appear in person. But we have to go deeper and assume that the police force is lying? Because if you do agree the police force is not lying, therefore you do agree that Lance Twiggs did say that. So, like, you know, a little disingenuous.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find?
This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I use the word overwhelming in this
Right,
one.
yeah.
Even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Will you answer that question?
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying,
okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
That's fair.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break.
In a spring, countless quote.
Oh, yeah. This was something I wanted to mention. Both PBD and Candace Owens did nice little ads just to gain a little bit more. She wants more than that 300K. Not enough, just a little bit more. Unless I missed it, Andrew did not do that. Andrew's definitely going outside to
minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei.
Candace Owens, I know you're watching the live right now. Just please debate me on Israel-Palestine. Just please do it.
There is church Christian presence in the Holy Land begins to disappear. But you can help. Just $35
Wonder why it's disappearing.
provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families. And
I wonder who protects them. Oh, that's right. It's the IDF.
$83 a month can help sustain that protection throughout the month. I support the Vulnerable People Project owned. Again, that's voluntary designed to actual bills. And
Oh, wow. You did 2 ads. Oh, gosh.
Free 30-second payment every single day. There's no minimum credit score that's required.
Whoa, Candace. Are you promoting usury right now? After a Christian ad? Whoa.
PDS Debt is the top-rated company in Eliza Candace. That's 14,000 confirmed.
Oh my gosh, 3 ads. Holy shit.
And suspected cases of cyclosporiasis have now been nationwide, and Michigan health officials have confirmed the first 2 United States parenting symptoms. Spectrum Plus subscribe before your kit ships direct to Candace and dot.
Okay, cool.
Yes, you are.
Mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves,
as for a rough estimate, because I tried to get it to just give me a rough estimate, 60%. So I guess that technically be majority, definitely not overwhelming. majority and definitely not all. But anyways.
They seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all.
Notice how she's yapping and not answering the fucking question. He said, he didn't ask legally what it meant. You've already said that. He's asking you, whatever, let's just get
They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for sometime in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did.
So real quick, sorry guys, I looked up what was the main evidence that was not hearsay from the preliminary, not under 1102. Okay, and some of the ones were the key live non-hearsay testimony from Officer Christopher Bagley, which was that's not. I'm just gonna get to the good stuff. SBI agent David Hull, SBI agent Brian Davis, SBI Sergeant Jennifer Femina. All of them put together is literally all the the gun, the towel, the wrap, whatever you want to call it, the actual hearing, the shot, over hundreds of hours of footage that was reviewed. Obviously, we don't know all that footage. Some of it's going to be not to the public, but all of it. But here's more. Forensic experts who testified live about their own testing and analysis. Amanda Baker, the personal DNA analysis on the towel and the screwdriver. Guess who the major contributor was? Tyler Robinson. For the, I think, screwdriver and the towel, minor was Twiggs. Notice how Candace said the opposite earlier. She said that the Robinson was actually the small one or most degraded. That's not true. Caitlin Oliver, okay? Personal DNA testing on, that's the one I mentioned earlier. The cartridges, the stocks, the grips, the trigger, all of that. All of it was Robinson as the major contributor with likelihood ratios of at least 1 trillion to 1. 1 trillion to 1. Samantha Carner, the one Candace Owens brought up earlier. This is not hearsay. Firearms tool mark examiner called by the defense. Personal examination of the cartridge case, cartridges, bullet jacket, fragment, and tool marks, including the Dremel engraving tool linkage, test firing of the rifle, and the bullet fragment that matched the rifle. That was the one that, if I'm correct, that's the one that they said was inconsistent, but a lot of Candace freaks were saying like, oh, it wasn't consistent, but it's really common when it's talking about fragments and the damage to the bullet itself. But what's funny, right, is even if it's like inconsistent, the problem is that Candace earlier said that she doesn't really believe at least it was a 30-06 bullet or a bullet at all, right? She said a projectile, because she's too much of a coward to say what she really wants. But the non-hearsay evidence, the non-hearsay one, the person you quoted, what was her name again? Samantha Carner. She says it was a 30-06 bullet. It was inconclusive if it matches with that rifle or not because of the damage to the bullet, but she does not deny the bullet itself. Just FYI. And there's also physical exhibits, surveillance video footage that's non-hearsay. Some of it was foundational authentication that used the Rule 1102, but overall not hearsay. And in-court observations and the experts' direct descriptions of their lab process, blah, blah, blah.
Down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
Yeah, but he just told you he got the gaming code right, so probably not Jane Austen.
Yes, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing.
Ooh, good one. I did not see this part. I must have missed it. Good one, Andrew. That was good job. That was good. That was the proper response for sure. Because he's right. It's not just intuition. That was the science. 100%. Good job, Andrew. That was good.
Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was
now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think they should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial.
Wait, Candace, can you answer that? Because Andrew just got you there.
That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But
maybe it's because it was overwhelming. If
do you think it's enough to go to trial? They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just a general intuition. Sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may.
Actually, kind of glad. I'm kind of glad I'm watching this for the second time because I just thought of something. So for those that did watch it, remember later Andrew says, "Oh, someone could have texted you that," and she's like, "Oh, here's my phone." And it turns out somebody didn't text her that, and everyone's like, "Oh," like, again, not that big a deal. But now I didn't hear it because this is much later. Now that I'm watching her a second time, she's saying that George has access to her entire phone and can send text messages. I assume delete them as well. I'm not trying to get into a conspiracy here. I'm just simply saying if we're going with intuition and, we're going with a little bit of like, well, it could be this, someone could have logged into his Discord. Well, couldn't George just have deleted your text messages?
Trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend.
My biggest problem with a lot of these conspiratards is that they find the Mossad, Egyptian, French legionnaire, CIA, military, maroon shirt wearing Mormon beekeeping Mormons with trapdoor, energy weapon, exploding mic, not 30-06 bullets group, whatever they're called, right? We'll just call them the not Delta Force. We'll call them the Echo Force, right? This Echo Force. They find them to be so smart that they can put all of this shit together and trick at least half of the people. I mean, if it wasn't for Candace Owens and her great investigation, they would have tricked all of America, right? That's how smart they are. That's how good they are, right? Also, by the way, they decided to assassinate Charlie in the worst way possible to do a false flag. Like, if you were going to do something, it would make way more sense that he died in a car accident, because what investigation can you do? You can do very, very little, right? We get on the news, Charlie Kirk has been in an accident, they're trying to save him at the hospital, something like that, right? Mugged. No, they decided, these Egyptian Mossad French legionnaires decided to do it in the most public possible way that would put them at like the most risk of getting caught. Okay, let's buy that. But they're so smart, but also they're actually so dumb too. And why are they so dumb? Because when they send these fake text messages, because George has your somebody has your login password and you sent it, right? The Mossad's behind, like, yeah, I'm gonna send this text message. They're so dumb that they don't know how to use words. She's saying the words are very weird. Occam's razor. If the words are weird, and we have a video of Tyler Robinson when he got pulled over like a year before, and he actually does speak that way, like he actually is just a weird kid. You even said he had a 4.0 plus GPA, could have been super nerdy and stuff, but like he speaks weird. Got it. Occam's razor, probably weird. She's saying that actually these fed Mossad Egyptians, they're so smart that they could put all this together, but they're so dumb that they don't know how to use words that a teenager would use. And also on top of that, they're so dumb that they give us a narrative of a 30-06, because we all know that the Mossad, CIA, French legionnaires, the one thing they don't know about is bullets. And so they give us a story that she says is impossible. Obviously, it's not a 30-06 soft point hitting the spine. That actually makes sense. But according to her, it's impossible. Well, why wouldn't they just give us a scenario that's possible then? Why would they give us something that's impossible?
That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text. It's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire...
No, it's actually more common than one would think. Criminals are actually dumb. The person that is selling pot, the reason she's right about that, they probably wouldn't do that, is because they are at least an elongated criminal. They're doing it every week. It's not like it's their first week ever, right? They're doing it all the time. Tyler Robinson probably has never done a crime in his life, at least of this value. Why did I say probably? He hasn't. It's his first time. Yeah, he's nervous. He's freaking out. He thought he can get away with it, and he's seeing more and more evidence on the news, and he's like, right? The person selling drugs on the corner. Okay, yeah, I think you guys get it. You guys get it? Okay, cool.
I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also...
This is really good by Andrew. This is really good.
So wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happens next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
You gotta watch the show. I can't tell you now because I forgot, Andrew. You gotta watch the show, bro.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source.
Imagine if every Israel debate I had, right? Because obviously I've answered the same questions 1,000 times. Imagine if somebody's like, hey, Nick, how do you know that the death toll 75,000? Instead of just telling them the answer, I go, you gotta watch my prior lives, bro. You got to watch the prior lives, dude.
An anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course.
Wow.
So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
Actually, no, that's actually not true, Candace. I don't know why you're smiling all smug. Even in Rule 1102, even if it is hearsay, it can't be just some anonymous source. There is standards that you refuse to read when it was on the screen. No, so you're not actually doing the same thing.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing. You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted
Andrew, I can smoke and you can't.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out.
The person that said 1102, you mean 801 to 805? No, 1102 is the one that's hearsay. That's what she's saying. She's saying I'm doing the same thing.
Be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
He did say that. He did say with a buddy, and he's correct. It's true.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No.
And yes.
Why is that a problem? Even if it was the charging documents, what's wrong with that? It's still evidence, Candace. He didn't say it's proof. He said it's evidence. Gosh, I can't stand her.
Are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right? Sure. Nothing. So they didn't have.
Once again, it's still evidence, Candace. And also, the hearsay comes from an officer of the law. Just so everyone knows, I've read the charging documents. That's who said it. That is a testimony from. Is she saying that a police officer is lying? Yes, technically it's hearsay. If they don't come to do a live testimony, if they come live, it's not hearsay. Actually, it's hearsay if they take the charging documents and say, "Here's the officer's testimony right here." That's technically hearsay. Okay. If the officer did come in and testify, yep, I did sign that affidavit or testimony, whatever, then it's not hearsay because the officer is live in person. Okay. I don't remember if that specific officer came in. I can look into that. But even if it was, either she's saying that the officer is lying or she's saying that somebody wrote this affidavit up that wasn't the officer and signed the officer's name and is providing it to the you understand how illegal that would be? Was it the lawyer, Candace? Was it the bailiff? Do you understand what they're risking their entire life? Because that'd be very illegal. Their job, everything for what?
Statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He said that the parents, the father specifically said, "Is this you?" to Tyler Robinson. Jeez, bro.
Say that they did ever.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell.
Hey, guess what, Candace? The charging doc would be known as evidence. Does she not know the difference between evidence and proof? No, wait, she does, because she said earlier to Andrew, well, no, not proof, evidence. So she does know the difference between the two. She's just being a little sneaky. Kind of wish Andrew called that out a little bit. Andrew should have been like, yeah, that's evidence. You can say the evidence is, I guess, wrong, or it doesn't conclude the final thing, and then it's conjecture, yet again from Candace. But that doesn't mean it's not evidence.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then
first?
just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And
once again, he never said it was concrete. He said it's evidence, which it is. And the only reason it wouldn't be concrete is because so many people would be lying, or at very minimum being very nefarious.
She didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages.
Do you think the state's lying? Do you think the state is risking their job? Because I'm not a lawyer. There's a lawyer in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if they produce evidence and say this is totally real and hypothetically it wasn't, there's got to be a lawyer in the chat. I know it's Shabbat, but there's got to be some Jews in the chat. I'm sorry to get a little, stereotypical. There's got to be a lawyer in the chat. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be at least one. You know what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying? Wouldn't doing that? Wouldn't that? Moderate says I'm a lawyer. You're wrong. Fuck you, moderate. Anyways, I just feel like that would that would cost them their job. I don't know.
Just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
the
think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated.
Notice how Andrew asked her a hypothetical, and she goes, they may not be fabricated. Yeah, that's what the fuck he's asking you, Candace. He's saying if they were, wouldn't it destroy their entire case and job? That's what he's asking. You notice how she's a good politician. She'd be a really good politician.
That's the point.
So let's get to
the
the parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's
see if that's correct. What are we looking at?
I don't know what we're looking at. I wonder if I can kind of wonder if there's a way I can like maybe kind of screenshot this and see if I can reverse image search it. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way I can like pull this up actually. I feel like this wouldn't have it, but fuck you, Al Jazeera. Is there a way we can like pull this up officially? Or does like CNN have it on their thing? I don't know. This might be tougher than I thought. Somebody knows where to find it. He says it in a second? Okay, fine, fair enough. I was gonna say somebody knows. I want to read a little bit more into it, at least on my own time. Exactly where to find it. Hold on, Sean killed attendance that day, appearing in social Utah code, dashboard, okay, whatever. Try to find it on my own time, I guess.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night.
I don't know if that actually is or not. Maybe it is, but the fact that he just said, I don't know if, whatever.
Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source?
Good job, Andrew. That was great.
But won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that if you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders. And
thank you, moderate. I got it.
See
but
what happened.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson.
Okay. Moderate sent me what they were looking at. And I think he's right that this is it because it says right here, Robinson's mother explained. Let me go back. That's it, right? Yeah. Robinson's mother explained over the last year. Robinson, blah, 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 reported that when his wife showed, he believed, blah, 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 son as a gift. Yeah, this is it right here. So she said it was signed by Mike Mitchell. Is that what she said? Let me go back. Sorry. 13633. Where are we at here?
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it.
Not signed by Brian Davis, signed by Jeffrey S. Gray, Utah County Attorney's Office. Let's see if Brian Davis is even in this. Okay, the probable cause statement. Brian Davis of the Utah State Bureau of Investigations having probable cause to believe that the defendant committed the above offenses. So maybe to be fair to her, trying my hardest here. Maybe to be fair, she just meant not this document was signed off by Brian Davis, but like it's his statement. You know, because it says based upon evidence received by Brian Davis. So I'm gonna just like be the most case. I assume that's what she meant. So yeah, okay. Or she got it wrong. I don't know.
Let's see if that's correct.
36, 30.
And said it. A 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
evidence. I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
Wait a minute. She just said Brian Davis was up there. I'll look into it. But if Brian Davis was up there, he has his affidavit, right? He has his statements, and he's up there to confirm in person. I'm 95% sure that means it's not hearsay because he is confirming in person. I guess technically it would be hearsay because he's saying what the mom and the father said. So then in that case, she's saying that Brian Davis would be lying. Because we can't say it's hearsay of Brian Davis, because if he's up there, he is saying, yep, nope, that's what I heard. That's my statement. I signed it, whatever. That is me. So the hearsay would be Brian Davis saying, this is what they told me, right? The father, the mother. So then the only case is either he's telling the truth or he's lying, in which case he's putting his entire career on the line. Literally. And, possible jail time and whatnot.
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law in the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though, as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they just put
what I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
second.
We're here. Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got.
Actually, he did do that. He said 75 to 85%. You're the one that said 0%, Candace. So actually, he did do that. He says, this has convinced me up to this point. He said it multiple times. So that's incorrect.
That's right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me. right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people
Rebuttal is an argument. Okay.
engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds
Thank you, Zero Fox. I'll look at it.
of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too.
Facts.
That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture.
It's not a lecture. Oh my God. It's his rebuttal to you. Holy shit. She's so emotional. You know what? I'll give her a break. She's pregnant. Nope. She's emotional even when she's not. Oh my gosh. He didn't say you should care, Candace. Oh my God.
Sure that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So
he never said you weren't allowed to.
But anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Okay, let me move my fat head out of the way. Facts. State respectfully request the court to deny defendant's motion to continue the preliminary hearing scheduled. Okay. Facts. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on September 10th, 2025. Wait, this is from the defendant? No, this is the state respectfully requests the court to deny the defendant's motion. Okay, so this is the state. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on September 10th, 2025. Defendant Tyler Robinson was charged with Mr. Kirk's murder on September 16th, 2025. To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them. Yeah, it sounds, sounds like you're wrong, Candace. Sorry, I just wanted to read it myself to make sure. Let's get to it.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're.
But that's not what you said, Candace. Come on, Andrew. I don't remember this part. Please push on this. Because what you said was none of the evidence. You said they were only going off of just the state. That's it. Okay. Also, what did PBD say?
Pull that up. This is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not.
That is precise.
There was.
What does the rest say that Andrew didn't read? Provided approximately 100% of discoverable material, in its possession to the defense. In other words, the defense has what the state has. Ah, come on, Andrew. I wish you read that part. And much of this discovery was presented long ago. Ah, come on. Dang it. Andrew, you should have tried a little bit more. They highlighted it for you. Says the defense has what the state has.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should.
It doesn't matter because that's not what you said, Candace. You're just fucking backtracking because you were wrong and you're just not man enough to admit it. But yeah.
Now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That you
many
decide that it
claims.
trips into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, it's assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
I really like those boots that he's wearing.
Well, it's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are the
I do
things that
doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson.
That's generally not what would actually probably happen in a preliminary, to be honest. Preliminary is just enough to get it to trial.
I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say.
This is sourced in Nolo, attorneys, criminaldefenselawyer.com, legalclarity.org, literally talks about preliminary hearings versus pretrial versus the trial. All of that. No, preliminary hearings generally do not involve the full release of smoking gun evidence. That is typically reserved for the trial or later pretrial disclosure under discovery rules. Purpose and standard of a preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearing, also called a prelim or probable cause hearing, is a screening proceeding. The judge decides only whether there is probable cause to believe a crime was committed and that the defendant committed it. There is a much lower standard than the beyond a reasonable doubt required for conviction at trial. Because the bar is so low, prosecutors present only enough evidence to meet probable cause. They do not generally put on their strongest or complete case. Both sides often hold back key evidence strategically so they do not fully reveal their trial strategy or show their whole hand. So once again, wrong, Candace.
Say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the FBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be.
Well, okay. I don't even know if what you're saying is true, but let's just take it hypothetically as fact. I doubt they just gave it back without investigating. In fact, in their investigation, that's probably, again, assuming everything she's saying is 100% true, I'm assuming that in their investigation, they found it to be part of Charlie's team. But I don't think they just pulled one piece of paper out of the backpack and says, oh, this belongs to Andrew Colvet or Blake Neff or one of the security. And then close their eyes, stuffed it back in and say, sorry, here's the backpack back. We didn't look at anything else. What's your point?
To be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. that should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there,
So FYI, this is hearsay.
on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys, I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If we had, I was expecting here we have.
Oh shit! I remember that part. That part's hilarious. PBD's like, so what would you need to see for you to say this? And she just goes off on all those things that's weird. He's like, okay, cool. So like, what would you like need to see?
He took the shot. Here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase. Where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson, and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
So I looked it up because I was curious about the SUV being immediately returned, cleaned, and put up for resale. And it says no verified official evidence confirms that the SUV was immediately returned to TPUSA, cleaned, and put back up for resale in a suspicious or improper way. What is established, the vehicle was a private black SUV belonging to Charlie Kirk Security, TPUSA team. After he was shot, September 10th, his team loaded him into it, drove roughly 4 miles to a regional hospital with the door left open because of his height. Eyewitness accounts, includes from Frank Turek. Describe this. Origin of the cleaned and resold claims. These claims circulate mainly in online discussion, social media posts, and commentary associated with Candace Owens. It literally says Candace Owens. It doesn't even say like online conspiracy theory. It's just Candace Owens. So yeah, I'd have to look a little bit more into that. It says some vehicle history reports and recovery sources allege the SUV was later insurance totaled, salvaged, cleaned, or stripped and sold at auction. But that's alleged. Owens has released interior photos she obtained showing blood, debris, and what she interprets as shattered microphone fragments or glass. I wish Andrew got into that. And has questioned the vehicle's handling and why certain items were returned rather than retained as evidence. Gotta look into it.
Sure. Here's him with the murder weapon. Right. Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good.
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who,
That's my issue, is that from every available piece of evidence we have in the public, the defense is using nothing that Candace Owens is saying, right? And not Tyler, Andrew's right. The internet has solved a lot of crime before, but hers has done nothing. It's been almost a year. she's done by far the most counter-productive, but nonetheless, if there is a counter, it would be Candace Owens trying to counter the idea that Tyler Robinson's guilty, blah, 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 right? It's like nothing. Not even a little bit. They haven't even used like the tiniest slight thing that Candace has said that no one else has. So it's like, that's the problem. Andrew's correct. 100%. The internet has solved this stuff a lot faster. Candace, you've done everything. Like, by far, you've done more countering an official narrative than probably, honestly, all of history. And I would applaud you for that if it led somewhere. I would. But the problem is that that hasn't happened. If it were to happen, you would be the one because you've done so much countering.
They not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, I'm going to take this break to off Candace. Take this break to read super chats without Candace's stupid face with, oh, please send me more money. I got ads, money. Tiny King, thanks for the, wait, I already read that one. Sorry. But thank you anyways for the membership. Here it is. Patriotic. UK wants to put 1.2 thousand migrants near the town. Oh, geez. DGen, thanks for the membership. Without lies, Islam dies. Says, do you think Candace is paid off by the Muslim Brotherhood? I do not. Freedom to Gargamel. This is another miss. Andrew is a good speaker in big rooms. He needs to raise his voice. It's not his style. Candace is used to long monologues, plus PBD could have been switched with a stopwatch. Yeah, he could have been switched with a stopwatch. That's true. Mort Rogue, I'm almost positive Andrew was definitely, there might have even been a signed contract we don't know about that forced him to be a specific way. That's just hearsay and conjecture. Mort says, Candace Owens is a leftist. She always has been. She always will be. Candace Owens is an opportunist, but I get you. Blue Moon, at the end, PBD looked in her phone and read a few text people telling her you are doing a good job. He was surprised she gave him her phone. Do you think it's Joe Rogan, Michael Knowles, Megyn Kelly, or Tucker? I don't know. Crusader says barrel debris could factor in slow the round. I read that one because that was one I wanted to read right away, and the answer is yes. A pseudo master says Candace after party at Cope, a cabana. CZ says degradation is such a low IQ argument. The oils from his fingerprints didn't have time to set, so when he put the towel over the rifle, the prints, which didn't have time to solidify, were degraded. Excuse me. Gilla says, Nick, have you seen the Yosef Haddad debate? Nope, we're going to probably watch that tomorrow. Unless I take a break tomorrow, then we'll watch it Sunday. Probably tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Why the F are they putting up such idiots and neo-Nazis? Because it gets views, let's be honest. They were even worse than your opponents. Yeah, I believe you. Whipster, so weird how the vast number of people in comments are certain that she won. Why is that? Because they will say that no matter what. Pol says, Andrew won on logic, but Candace fans don't care about logic. They see Candace confident even when she is BSing and when she dunks on Andrew. That's true. You're right. They care about her just seeming confident. That's true. Itai, Nick, I'm pissed now. Why didn't you go instead? I can't watch it. My blood pressure goes up. Oof. Whipster says she's so insufferably arrogant. Tovi says, folks keep saying Andrew went easy. I disagree and think it was two things. Never interrupt your enemy when she's making a mistake, and the professional victim Candace would have walked out. I agree and disagree. I agree almost completely. Absolutely with the first statement, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. However, I think if she would have walked out, I think that would have looked really bad for her, as long as Andrew kept composure. You know, like if he started like cursing and screaming and stuff like that and she walked out, then people would just be like, it's his fault. But if he just like let's say he's like, I want an answer to that question. It's an important question. I want you to answer. You're still not answering, right? And if she says, I am answering, he's like, no, you're not. This is the question. Answer the question. And then she walked out. I think that would have looked really bad for her. Because, sure, don't get me wrong. The Candace fans would be like, well, it's because he was being pedantic, blah, blah, but it doesn't matter. The majority of people will be like, why'd you walk out from that question? Corey says, she is saying a lot of nothing. Why is she dominating the whole conversation? That's who she is. Ari says, how can you call this a debate? It's like putting a chicken and a pit bull in an arena and calling it a dog fight. Football says, maybe do some Charlie Kirk assassination debates. These go viral, so it can be good for you. But most important, this issue destroys the right. It's urgent. Actually, that's going to happen on Monday. Somebody, in fact, let's take a look at that right now, I guess. Let me finish the super chats and we'll take a look at it. Whipster says, didn't she demand $300,000 for this interview? Yes, Whipster says some share the sentiment that Andrew participating in the stunt only gave Candace money for her lawyers and a bump in viewership for her. Yep, that's true. Yep, it literally did. Just depends on where you stand on what's more important. Whipster, there were better ways than paying her money, in my opinion. Yeah, probably true. Made me smile. Candace Owens sources, anonymous people, AI text messages, her dreams, random emails, and her comment section. She doesn't know, but she knows, Nazir says, Candace won. She stole Andrew's $300,000 in his face. Bravo Mike says, Uskut Habibti Uskut. Okay, let's take a look actually here. So I made this video. Which one was it? Maybe it was this one? Nope. This one? This one? Oh, I see moderates. Moderate says, will you be taking salad breaks during the ad breaks? It's cut off, but that's what it says. Yeah, of course. This one? There it is. Nope, wait, this is not it. Sorry, I lied. The fuck is it? Did he delete it? Nah, he wouldn't have deleted it. Hold on. Hold the phone. Oh, it was the first one. My bad. Okay, for some reason, even though I pinned it, when it's on the computer, it doesn't show the pinned message, so I'm going to have to scroll and find it. That's super weird. I don't know why it does that. Here it is, right here. Okay, so first, this is the video.
Multiple times, and I will be releasing multiple videos, but here's the first one. So Candace, who has consistently said Tyler Robinson was never on the UVU campus, she said that multiple times, is now saying, actually, he played a role on the campus on that day.
If you said, was he involved that day?
Okay, so now that you guys kind of get the, sorry, trying to mute it. Whatever, doesn't matter. So here's the message from this guy, Jason TC23. He says, dude, I follow you and have gained respect for how well you articulate a lot of based opinions. To me, that just means like, I follow you, but I don't agree with you. But I'm going to be nice about gaining respect because it adds to my ethos. And therefore, my next point's going to make it seem more valid. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe not. I don't know this guy. But this case is starting to reveal an intellectual blind spot. Okay, I disagree, but that's fine. That's cool. He says, you seem unwilling to even entertain in good faith, basing inference that the unusual circumstances surrounding Kirk's assassination may increase the plausibility of Israeli involvement. That is not the same as saying the theory is proven. First off, I find it a little sane to say I'm unwilling to even entertain. Yes, I am. I do it all the time. Just because I don't agree is not the same thing as me not being willing to entertain. In fact, me of all people entertain every idea. I entertain neo-Yazis. I'm not on TikTok, sorry. Nazis. Or they're on TikTok. Whatever. I will entertain anybody. So I don't even know where the hell he got that from. He says he follows me and has gained respect, so I assumed he watches me. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But like, there's nobody that's willing to entertain something more than me. Anyways, several claims Candace has raised still haven't been answered in a way I find persuasive. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because we don't have most of the information. Yet I've watched people attack the theory with an amount of certainty and vitriol that seems disproportionate to how supposedly baseless it is. Maybe some people have. I haven't. It's baseless, and I can explain why. If the theory is truly absurd and unsupported, why the obsessive need to destroy it rather than simply address the strongest claims and let the evidence speak for itself? That's an insane point. If something someone is doing is evil, which, let's be clear, what she's doing is evil, because like Andrew said, she's not simply saying, hey, this isn't really convincing, but let's wait for the evidence. She hasn't once said that. She's going after Erica Kirk's grandmother because she had slot machines or something, right? She's incriminating the entire, or at least the uppers of the U.S. government, the U.S. military, the FBI, the CIA, the Mossad, the French, the Egyptians, the Mormons. I'm sure I'm missing some because it's so much, right? So don't give me this like, well, if the theory is so absurd, then just ignore it. And why are you trying to destroy it? Yeah, because it's evil. Notice how no one's going after someone that's like, yeah, I could be right, but I'm going to wait for the trial. No one has ever go, you piece of shit. So the fact that you think we should just stand by, just like stand by when someone's doing something evil, I find to be insane. Anyways, you seem caught in a recursive trap, treating your certainty that the theory is ridiculous as evidence that anyone seriously examining it must also be ridiculous. Nope, it's their claims that's ridiculous, but keep going. I commented early enough that I genuinely like a direct response from you. Okay. If you ignore this while continuing to argue around the theory, I'm going to assume you're ducking the strongest version of the criticism rather than engaging with it. Okay, first off, I don't owe you anything. That being said, I did respond to him, and he got a lot nicer when I responded to him. But this idea of I would like a direct response from you, and if you ignore it, you must be this kind of person, is insane, bro. I have a shit ton of comments and DMs and other platforms. The fact that you think I need to do anything is insane. However, I respond as nice as I can. I said, okay, so how about we schedule a conversation on my live? If you truly think that, and I am unwilling to entertain, as if I haven't, that is quite the claim, then come up and convince me. I am always open to ideas. As for you having said something to me before, I'm sure you understand I don't know you and I don't see every comment, and it would be insane to assume such. Anyways, fair enough. Let's set it up for Monday night. People are telling him it's time to step up for you, and he says, I'm down and I appreciate you actually offering. He gets a lot nicer all of a sudden, offering to have the conversation. Full disclosure, here comes the little bit of backtracking, in my opinion. I'm much stronger in written debate than live debate. Well, yeah, everyone is because you're not being challenged on the spot and you get to look up stuff and, kind of put it in and use AI and whatnot. And anyways, I sometimes have trouble translating a complicated thought into something concise and coherent in real time, whereas writing lets me reread and refine exactly what I mean. I also use AI as an editing tool, not to generate my argument or add information, but to help organize and compress my own thoughts into cleaner language. Okay? You are clearly more gifted in that arena, and I'll concede that. I am. That's true. However, I don't think the weight/validity of an argument should be determined/discredited because of which methods used to formulate it. Irrelevant. It should be determined by its semological merit in a vacuum. In addition, I've never publicly been provided a chance to speak my mind like this, so I'll definitely be nervous. You should be. Although I'm very nice and cordial, as long as you are, that doesn't mean I'm not going to go ham in the sense that I'm not going to not ask you the tough questions. I will. Regardless, I really appreciate the opportunity. That said, I'm still waiting to give Monday a shot. I respect you, still willing. I respect you for being willing to engage directly. If we can communicate on setting up the timing, that would be as cool as I work 2 jobs full time. Thanks. Okay. Little weird that you go from just like a little bit of an asshole, not gonna lie, in your first response to like, well, I'll do it now that you've offered, but I'm not really that good and I'm nervous and I don't know if we can set up a time, but okay. And then also I read some of the, obviously there's so many replies, but he started backtracking on the Israel stuff. He's like, no, I don't think Israel did it, even though he literally said it's increasingly, but okay. So yeah. So to answer whoever sent that super chat, right? Hey, you should debate this. It will happen probably on Monday. Just to give you guys a little heads up, we went to DMs, and I'm all for transparency with at least debates. So I'll tell you what was said. He said, "What's up, man? Let me know if you're available Monday night for a conversation per our comment exchange. I'd need to prepare and schedule. Thanks. Also, I would need to know the format and focal point of conversation." I'm not really sure what he meant by that. He's the one that commented. That's the focal point. He said whether we're discussing Owens versus Wilson or the assassination of Kirk directly. Not really sure why we would discuss Owens versus Wilson. Again, your comment... Okay. I said, hey, yes, I go live at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, and we can quickly mention Wilson-Candace debate if you want, but I don't think it matters for the contention that you brought up, which seemed to be more focused on the actual case and what you think doesn't make sense about it. Sent him a couple voice notes. He sent a voice note. I haven't heard it yet. What do you guys think? You guys think I should just play it right now for all of us? Go real, like real transparency? Thank you, Nazir. All of a sudden, LOL, and thank you for the other super chat. Sounds like a no call, no show Monday. You guys said let's hear it. God, you guys are nosy. All right, here it is.
Yeah, right on, man. Yeah, totally in good faith. I do watch a lot of your shit. The people I noticed in the comment section were like assuming I'm like anti-Israel, which is funny because I'm actually supportive of a lot of the stuff you say.
I mean, I guess I believe you, but I mean, I don't blame people for thinking you're anti-Israel. Your first statement immediately went to Israel, but okay, fine, fair enough.
Like, for example, I saw like the Israel advocacy movement on Instagram, so definitely more leaning towards that side. However, in this particular case, I have my own opinions, and I think that a lot of the people arguing on, the opposite side of your aisle, per se, are just making really shitty arguments, and they're missing a lot of opportunities to make good points where, where they're missing out, on the opportunity to actually progress the conversation further, not just for us, but for everyone else. So yeah, that sounds good. Like I said, I was pretty forthcoming about the fact that like when I was making the Instagram comments, I did use like, I ran it through like AI. I'm like, okay, help me, compress this, this argument down to where it's concise and it's actually tolerable because I have this habit of ranting. And so that's kind of what I was trying to say. And yeah, that sounds good. I think we should focus more on just like the actual, event that took place and not necessarily Candace and Wilson. That sounds good to me. If there's any particular like talking points that I need to, be prepared for or focus on, that would be cool. Yeah, sounds good, man. I mean, I have a feeling we're going to end up agreeing on a lot of stuff, but at the same time, we need to make it, worth watching. So I'm definitely going to, I mean, I can see where we disagree on a few points. So I think that won't be a problem. But yeah, I appreciate you hitting me back. It sounds good. Let me follow up with you tomorrow, if anything, and maybe even Monday, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. That sounds good to me, though. The timing works and everything. And how long do you think we'll be on live for? Just curious.
Hey man, yep, I plan to be live on Monday night, or Tuesday night also, if you want to push it one day. But yeah, Monday night should work for me, and I'm totally down to just talk about the case, what it is you think doesn't make sense, and me just kind of challenging, unless I end up agreeing with you, I guess, but it's possible, you never know. But if I don't agree, then I'm going to just challenge it, and I say how long we're going to be live for. I would probably say at least an hour. That's generally how long debates last, but I've gone on debates of the last 5 hours. You never know. All right, cool. So there you guys go. Let's get back into it.
I have a over back, Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about. Is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer.
Just FYI, Candace does not give any direct answers. It's just awful. He wants to ask her about some of her conspiracy stuff, and she just doesn't answer shit.
So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed
Just real quick, we agreed to debate our claims
publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
But you literally said that I want to be able to question.
Yeah, you can answer and also ask questions back, so it wouldn't be a deposition, would it, Candace? Just FYI. Also, especially when you literally just admitted that you agreed to this already.
It's a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so now
debate.
we're transcending. Like, let's use a word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a,
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
if
ask you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
pose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But you're
is
like,
part-
I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence, and now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that
Yeah, but you did say that earlier, Candace. You literally said that earlier.
for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints are
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So
He didn't say yes or no. He said no as far as you know, which you absolutely could say that. There's literally nothing wrong with that because that means up to this point or the information that I've reviewed, I have not seen that. By the way, the answer is no. Lance Twiggs's DNA wasn't on the rifle. Lance Twiggs's DNA was a minor possibility on the wrap/towel and the screwdriver.
I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still...
No, it's not. I already addressed that in the first half here with this debate strategy.
But I
Like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation.
We're not debating. She says that during a debate. We're not debating. Let me ask you, Candace, if you're not debating, why not just ask PPD to leave then? You know, or let him get up. I don't know. Obviously, he probably would say, no, I want to see this. I'm just saying, like, would that be okay? You don't need the moderator anymore. You're just not debating anymore.
And so I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still...
No, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your...
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French,
to.
Let's
Nobody
talk about the
said you
Foreign
were on
Legion.
trial.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in
And then went to Dollywood Land or whatever that place is called. I think it's in Tennessee. Yeah.
government. That's what I was told.
Where she lives, if I'm correct. I believe she lives in Tennessee.
And I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
So, you know, Candace, the evidence would be the testimony. That's all you had to say. You didn't really have to go off on that whole My confusion is that if she got a credible, she said high up in the French government, not even just the French, but high up in the French government. If it's some credible, I totally get that. If somebody high up in any government calls me and said, "Hey, my government's trying to take you out," that's totally fair. What I don't get and what I wouldn't do is just like weeks later to even months later start going around to like all these public events and, you know, traveling and all that stuff. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
That's what I did.
Got it.
Like if these people are willing to take out Charlie Kirk in front of effectively millions of people, right? It directly like about 5,000 people, but I'm saying we like all saw it. I guess technically billions if you really think about it. But if they're willing to do that, then you being at Dollywood or whatever that place is called, or all the other places you went to after, or hey, heck, even Russia. In fact, that might make it even easier for them. Maybe it might be a little difficult in America. Maybe Russia's. You think they wouldn't do that, Candace? Like they're willing to take out Charlie Kirk at literally the main stage, but not you. And okay,
I just want to make sure.
So,
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just.
Why is it like everyone that loses an argument always has to remind over and over during the argument how much they won? It's like the 10th time she's like, yeah, you conceded and you can't win on this and you want to move on from the evidence claim because you know I'm right. Like, I promise you, Andrew is not thinking that, nor is anyone objectively watching this, by the way.
Just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. No, sorry, I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you
I like how he's like, yeah, we can pull up the clip. She's like, that's not really what I was going to say. And then she's like trying to think because she's like saying exactly that, but she doesn't want to give him, you know, the point. So she's like, I wasn't going to say, give me the clip. I was going to say, give me the context of exactly what I said. Like, so the clip.
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things.
Ooh, she's such a politician. Candace, do you have any positive evidence that Israel was involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk? That could be payment, that could be weapon supply, that could be on the ground, pulling the trigger, anything in between. That could be there the day of, that could be support outside of it, anything. And she answers that question by going, well, I'm not going to say they pulled the trigger and were there the day of on the ground. Did he fucking ask that question, Candace? I'm almost positive he didn't ask the question. Let's just check, you guys. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance...
The irony is her saying, no, she doesn't have evidence, but she goes with that more than she ever would with Tyler Robinson. Let me remind everyone, she said Tyler Robinson was 0%. So even if she had a 0.5% thought of Israel, that would be literally more, right? Logic, math, we're good? Cool. So the evidence that she does have, and she's even admitted to, like it's not convincing evidence, but evidence nonetheless, of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk is infinitely more than any evidence she has on Israel, which is absolutely zero evidence because she just admitted that. And yet the percentages are flipped. 0% evidence for Israel equals whatever percentage she believes Israel is involved with, whether that's 1%, 99%, or anything in between. 0% evidence gets you that on Israel. Some evidence, even if it's bad evidence, but some evidence nonetheless, whatever that percentage might be, gets you 0% Tyler Robinson.
It's testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because You know,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and
They don't owe you that. It also, no one in the world would do that. No one, after somebody is killed, would come out right away, like you said, or even weeks later and be like, hey, I know nobody asked, but just so you know, there's this one Jewish donor that kind of left and really pissed off Charlie. We just wanted to be transparent. Everyone in the world would be like, okay, that's weird that you brought that up. Why do you feel the need to, after him being murdered, feel the need to come out and like, I mean, thanks for the honesty, but nobody asked. Like, that's what she's asking. If they would have just came out and told us all these problems that are private matters and private text messages that, of course, Candace has no problem releasing. Okay, cool. But why would they do that? Why would anyone do that?
everybody's life.
Did you ever fight with Charlie ever in your life, Candace? My guess is probably yes. Friends do that. I'm not saying a big fight, just even a little one. Well, why haven't you told us? Yeah, because who fucking cares? Why would you?
Lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. Everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're...
Also, I want to point out that she's doing this like anti-Semitic trope that like all Jews are connected via like telepathic brainwaves. Even if, yes, there was a Jewish donor that got really pissed off at Charlie. Let's pretend he even yelled at Charlie and called him a piece of shit. I don't know. Let's just go with like the worst case. They had a big falling out, right? And Charlie sent those texts like, just lost another Jewish donor. They're making me want to lead the pro. All the thing, all of it, right? And then she's connecting that with Bibi coming out being like he was a true friend to Israel. Why would Bibi know that? Like, why are you automatically connecting? Well, this person was a donor that was a Jew. So why did Bibi come out? How come he didn't tell us about the text messages? Why are we just assuming that Bibi would know about some fight between Charlie Kirk and some Jewish person? Like, it's insane that you're just like, oh, it's so weird that they're trying to, like, yeah, it's like, I feel like if a black person did something, I'd be like, why didn't Candace Owens mention? Why didn't Candace Owens come out and tell us that George Floyd was going to smoke some, take some fentanyl and fucking get arrested that day, and then the back of the neck, and like that's the logic here. Like, you're black, he's black, so why didn't you tell us?
Watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis. There were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that.
Here's the Joe Kent thing I was talking about at the beginning. If you guys were here at the beginning of the live, she throws Joe Kent under the bus. This is almost certainly the anonymous source, that village crazy lady. Her name's Mel, I think. Big Candace supporter. She came out back on September 17th. So 7 days after Charlie died, and said a source said that 12 cell phones that were Israeli, I guess, were found, which means it's a big nothing burger. UVU has foreign students. 12 is nothing in a group of 5,000 people, especially considering it was Charlie Kirk who was pro-Israel. Whether you say, oh, well, in the background, he was starting to change from Israel, but an Israeli student wouldn't know that. They'd probably be like, oh, shit, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he's a big pro-Israel guy. Let's go support him. 12 people being in the crowd, not that big a deal. But I digress. That doesn't matter. Point is that Mel said it was an anonymous source, and to this day, we thought it was we knew it was an anonymous source, and she just accidentally gave us that source. It was Joe Kent. And by the way, Joe Kent was still in his position in the government when he gave that piece of information. Kind of feel like maybe the government should look into that. I don't know. They won't, because our government is filled with criticizing people for doing wrong and not fucking actually arresting anyone.
Who made the claim?
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative, because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th, that took place.
By the Hamptons, she's talking about this fight that happened that everyone at the Hamptons, literally all of them came out and said that's not true or you're exaggerating it. That's what she's talking about. Again, even if we assumed you're right, like let's say it was the biggest fight in history, screaming matches, throwing plates against the wall, all that stuff. So what?
Place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence would be...
It's not however you'd want to say it. That's an actual phrase.
Conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what we've
point you
said
to
is
it.
on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things.
I was asking what is an Israeli phone. I think they're referring to like the SIM card being from Israel. So like maybe they got the SIM card or the phone in Israel, then they traveled, they still have the same phone. I think that's what they're referring to.
And yet people are lying. BBA.
Which also real dumb because let's say they were Mossad agents. Again, the Mossad, so smart. One of the greatest forces in the world when it comes to like espionage and whatnot. And they couldn't have just got a temporary SIM card or temporary phone or even an eSIM or something. Like they're dumb enough to not only bring the Israeli phones with them, but accidentally leave them there. Like they're these Mossad agents and
acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. And the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Mm-hmm. Again, this would be at a professional invitation for me to then.
Just FYI, you said kind of the opposite earlier. You are correct. Candace is correct. He did say kill, but in your answer, after saying, I don't think they were on the ground, blah, 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 you literally said, with all the kind of evidence speculation you had, you absolutely did say that they also didn't really have, not that they didn't have involvement, that you didn't have any evidence of that. But the clip just said you have full confidence. So, Andrew's question kind of does still stand. Why do you have full confidence? Like not half confidence, not 20%, full.
And go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I
No,
am
you
allowed
didn't.
to
You
think.
said full
You're
confidence.
saying you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence.
claim.
I have ton. I
Like,
literally.
The fucking gaslighting. I'm allowed to think, Andrew. Yeah, I don't think anyone said you weren't allowed to think. He's asking you, where did you get the claim that you have full confidence?
Just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
can
confidence,
you have confidence to think when you think.
I said,
wow,
for instance,
what a
I think I'm
gaslighter! Yeah, I have full confidence that I'm thinking. Oh, give me a fucking break.
be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm going to tell you something.
Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed
pertinent
to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking-
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. So there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm not
allowed
trying to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say
You just kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus on
every
it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
some.
Okay, there absolutely would have been an investigation. Just because you don't know what they investigated doesn't mean there wasn't an investigation. I'm sure they did look into it, probably found that there was no evidence or anything whatsoever, and so they dropped it. Or maybe they're still investigating. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
The email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his
Can you shut the fuck up, Candace? Holy fucking shit. Like, I get kind of you're debating with Andrew, so you want to cut him off all the time. You shouldn't, but I get it. But Jesus, even when PBD's talking, who's been, by the way, so much more fair to you than Andrew, just because naturally the person who talks more in the debate, which is obviously Candace, no one can dispute that. If a moderator's not doing his job, again, PBD, love you, but you didn't do it. You're naturally going to be favoring the person that is gish galloping more, right? Can you just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Holy shit.
Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no...
And if
You guys know why she does it, right? The reason she speaks fast it's okay. Yes, I see somebody in the chat saying like, "Oh, so that way people think she knows everything." Yes, some people do that. Although people sometimes can't know everything and speak fast. Ben Shapiro, for example, is a very smart individual. I don't think anyone can deny that, and he speaks probably faster than all of us. This is 1.25 speed, so she's not speaking as fast as you guys think, but still pretty fast. But the reason she's doing it is because she's nervous. If she can frame your conversation by speaking over you, what she's doing is she's trying to give you little like tidbits, and what it does to the person you're speaking to is it subconsciously makes them go down that rabbit hole. That's why I'm very good at what I do with debate, because when people try that with me, I go, stop, shut up, stop it, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me, if you make a claim, Israel, I have full confidence, is involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I go, okay, well, let me kind of ask about that, because when you say full confidence, full confidence, I mean, I think, like, I need you to go down this rabbit hole. Please don't ask me the tough questions. That's what she's doing, right? And, wow, it's frustrating. If only the moderator would have stopped it.
Do say that, and they contact that individual. Obviously, you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay, I mean it
seems reasonable, and so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never.
I think those are two different things. That's more something I
totally
ask
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source.
probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie? No, her relationship. Like this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to?
Okay. PBD, dude. First off, why are you debating? But second off, you don't know what they did. First off, we're only where we're at simply because we're believing Candace's story, right? Candace could also just be lying right now. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, everything Candace said was 100% true. We have no idea if they're following up, not following up. We have literally no idea, even if we assume everything Candace is saying is correct.
Assign it to one of your guys.
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they?
No,
They
how
didn't
could
come
they
get
if she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information. 'Cause it was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you
nothing
send
to
them?
do.
Okay, here's an answer. They called the French government and did an investigation by asking them. Is that good enough? Maybe not. Is it? Maybe. Did they do it? Maybe. Maybe not. We don't know.
The
With
guy's
debate,
name?
this is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that-
did you
By the way, I have sent multiple reports to the FBI through just multiple death threats, and I'd say all but like two. Two. All but two, they never reached back out to me. I don't know. I don't know why. Sometimes they do. I don't know.
especially because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one
the
question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie.
You don't know that. You do not know that, Candace. In fact, you don't even know more than half of the information. You probably know more than 99% of people in the world because of how much interest you put into this. Now, you put the interest because of money, but nonetheless, the interest is there. And you don't know that. Like, it's insane the amount of people that are like even the person that I'm going to be debating Monday, possibly. He's like, well, a lot of questions haven't been answered. You don't know that. Just because we don't yet have the answer does not mean that the answers have not or don't exist. It's fucking insane.
Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy.
The same officers that you said earlier were either hearsay or straight up lying, because that would be the only other option for these specific text messages, affidavits to not be correct. The same exact force that you're saying.
Conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
I'm not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing that's funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then what I say is
that does not mean your sources are legit.
Then proven in court and nobody knew those things. People are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say
the only thing proven in court, I guess she's talking about the preliminary, is that the defense decided to use none of your theories. Not one. Not one.
Charlie,
you guys know what's going to happen? What's going to happen is Tyler Robinson is going to be found guilty. Almost certainly. Again, pending something that we don't know, or even Candace Owens doesn't know, that really just like, oh, ooh, that's different. Right we have right now is overwhelming. I know, Candace, I used it. I'm one of the paid influencers. I used the word overwhelming. Pending something that really, really changes this case. I mean, like a lot. Tyler Robinson will almost certainly be found guilty. You understand what's going to happen? She's not going to be like what she told PBD. Okay, I was wrong, guys. Because then her entire show will just pretty much be canceled. Right? Because either one of two things are going to happen. People that did trust her are going to be like, you fucking lied to us. Or the people that are real Candace culty, they're going to get pissed at her. Like, oh, you fucking sold out. Look at what happened to Nick Fuentes for a little bit just because he said not everything is Israel. It's not even like Nick Fuentes has come out as this big pro-Israel guy. All he said is shit like, you guys, not everything is Israel. Look how many groypers are like, oh, he got the phone call. He got the phone call, right? That's what will happen, and she knows that, so she can never come out and do a complete 180. Because her whole show it'll just be gone. Like, what could she possibly pivot to? She can't even pivot away to some new conspiracy because people are going to be like, yeah, we know what happens when you do conspiracies.
Was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the
Sorry, I didn't say what was going to happen. What she'll do is she'll just say the defense is part of it, the judge is part of it, it's all one big conspiracy. Sorry, I forgot to mention that part. That's what she'll do.
Israel cause when everyone was lying about that. Then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Lateral crawl.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy.
Right. How does a lateral crawl and photos of the SUV, how does that prove with quote unquote full confidence that Israel was involved? That's what Andrew's asking. He's not saying that you haven't produced stuff. You have. Candace has broken stuff that we weren't supposed to see, quote unquote, because she does have sources. I don't believe all of her anonymous sources, but obviously she has some. We can all agree to that. But the problem is his claim. You made a lot of claims, but right now what we're focusing on is full confidence Israel was involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Hey, I provided photos of the SUV and the lateral crawl. The connection's not there.
going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
What I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that...
You also get to choose what you release, Candace. I wonder if you've ever gotten something, even maybe by a supporter who wasn't trying to debunk you, just like, hey, Candace, what do you think of this? This is something I'm not supposed to give you, but here you go. How many of you want to bet that she's gotten something that she's like, oh, that's interesting, but that might actually debunk something else, or it's maybe speculative, so I'm just not gonna show that on my show. You get to choose, Candace. You have a lot of people. You have tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of active fans. You have millions of views. Those aren't all active fans, right? People that are like helping you, but you have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of like cults. Like, I love Candace, I'll follow her to the fucking end of the world. So naturally, within those tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, you're going to have people that are in positions that can give you information, right? You get to choose what you release.
Does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Ooh, good.
I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like...
Well,
good. That was good, Andrew. I like that. Do you think questioners should get questioned as well? And of course, she answers in a gaslighting way. I'm not committing a crime. He didn't say by the police. He meant by whatever.
Oh, I mean, aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should
Also
answer
true.
questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that a double? But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would
Just because something's wrong, if you admit it's wrong, why should you do it too? Even if, again, we believe.
still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking
You're
about
not.
Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or
They're turning because of you.
because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well,
Yes.
I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
the thing's funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of
there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
It wouldn't, and she knows that because he's just asking, do you think? It's not, no one can sue you if you just say, you know what, I think it's possible, yeah, based off of this information, or at least I find this to be a little nefarious. That would not get you in a legal pickle. You just don't want to answer the question.
Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seek them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
That's not what he asked you.
Okay,
So
but what does
using
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of
You don't know if they question them.
homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive.
Okay, here's a better answer that I think Andrew should have given. Maybe they ruled the backpack out of anything nefarious. It's a backpack. It's a fucking backpack. You think they don't have a team that can, within a day, check literally everything? They might have even taken a picture of every single assuming there is papers in the backpack. It could be anything. It could be gym clothes. It could be filming equipment, like extra stuff, tech stuff. Like, we don't know what was in the backpack. But my point is, it's a fucking backpack. At best, what you could possibly say is, like, maybe they should have held it just in case. Okay, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a cop or an FBI agent. Maybe. But, like, how do you know that they didn't investigate it fully? Again, you act like they took out, like, one piece of paper, saw it was TPUSA, and they go, oh, this isn't ours. Oh, sorry, TPUSA. Here you go. We didn't look at anything. We saw it was yours. There you go. We found your ID in it. How do you know they didn't go, oh, this is TPUSA's. Let's make sure we take pictures. Let's scan all these papers that are in here. Let's test the backpack for whatever, gun residence, anything. Like, we don't know.
Incentive, people, this is
$100 million incentive.
what I'm saying is his organization, like, it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor,
Yeah, but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Oof.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're
Wait,
going
what'd
to
you say, Candace?
Complicit, if you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask them,
And
but
so
sure.
right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100%?
Right. I was literally thinking that, Andrew. Like, even if, like, you are 100%, first off, did Erica Kirk even say she's 100% sure? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's just pretend Erica Kirk got on Fox News and said, I'm 100% sure it's Tyler Robinson. Let's just say, hypothetically. Why the fuck would that mean it's impossible for you to not find her complicit? AKA meaning you definitely find her complicit. Right? Because you're saying it's impossible to not find her complicit. You didn't say, that's why I find it possible that she's complicit, because that kind of provides some wiggle room. Like, I find it possible, we need to question her. You said, I find it impossible that she's not complicit, meaning literally you find her somewhat to full-on complicit. So, yeah, Andrew's right. Like, how does her believing it's Tyler Robinson even, whatever.
Responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk? Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit
Right.
in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up. clips,
Answer
like
the
I said,
question.
You didn't have the confidence.
Answer the
well, tell me,
question.
What does that mean?
Chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Answer the question.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did
Answer
this?"
the
and
question.
She says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the
Answer.
assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica. Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You did engage in that. You actually literally made fun of her for what she was wearing. You just lied again.
Because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't
You did. I can show the clip later, but you did.
convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she's being,
Andrew, please hold her to the question. She's not answering the question, Andrew.
that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when
Answer the question.
you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So
That's
out of context
awesome.
clips, it's not going to work because I
You
know
get
what I
the
say on my
answer
show.
to the question.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great.
Great.
What do you guys
Cool.
have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. we're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says,
well, can you answer
don't you
the
know
question?
How it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
That's awesome. Can
And
you
so I asked
answer
her
the question?
Directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm
Hey, moderator, just little tip. Again, I love you, PBD. We're friends on Instagram, but come on, man. Little tip. Be like, okay, I think that's fair. And even though you know the answer, you still, just to look fair as a moderator, right? You say, Andrew, your question specifically is that you want to have Candace answer what she meant by Erica Kirk is definitely complicit. Right? And then Andrew goes, yep, that's my question. I'm like, Candace, I think that's a fair question. Do you want to answer it? You can say no, but I think the question is not, did Erica Kirk do all this stuff? I think the question is how is it that she's complicit and what did you mean by complicit? And then Candace Owens can be like, I don't want to answer that. And then as the moderator, you can be like, Andrew, she doesn't want to answer it. She doesn't have to. Right? And then obviously, yeah,
clear.
You guys get it.
You haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of
the question isn't why Erica is saying 100%.
certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved.
That'd be awesome. See someone put Nick Mattel versus Candace Owens, moderator Nick Fuentes. He hates her. Would definitely hate me as a Zionist. Probably work.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson,
She never said don't look anywhere else. She just said that's what she believes. Isn't that what you said earlier, Candace? You said, I'm allowed to believe these things. I'm allowed to think. That's what she said. I'm allowed to think, Andrew. Well, you're allowed to, but Erica's not. And I want to remind everyone that when PBD asked her, what percentage are you that Tyler did not shoot Charlie Kirk? She said 0%, aka that would be 100% belief that Tyler didn't. So how come she's allowed to say 100%, but Erica's not? Okay, cool.
killed Kirk. If she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like
Right.
infinite amounts of time on
Yeah, what a fucking bad faith question. Why not just play the whole hour long fucking her show's an hour long. The whole show. Why don't you just play the whole thing, Andrew? Come on, let's just sit here with some popcorn and watch the whole fucking show.
You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to
there's no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes.
That what you're
That's not what doctored means, Candace, just FYI. Say cherry picking maybe.
I do believe that Erica was,
and
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you
weren't going into that because Erica wasn't telling you to stop, which I want to remind everyone. Candace said, if Erica says to stop, I'll stop. And then Erica finally comes out. I don't mean to say finally like she owed it. I'm just saying she finally came out and said, stop. And that's when you started attacking Erica. Okay, so let's not don't get on your high horse like, oh, I wasn't the first one to do it. Fuck off.
Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No,
Come on, PBD. She stole her man. She hates Erica. She's hated her from the beginning. Actually, I think Candace pretty much hates every, kind of just, pretty women, specifically blondes. She does go after quite a few blondes. I wonder if there's something there, but maybe that's just speculation. I'm just thinking, Candace. It's just my thought. I'm allowed to think, okay?
I would say it's totally normal. It's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around.
Is George the dad? I'm just
around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George,
oh my
got to know Charlie.
God, who fucking cares?
We're gonna get married. Just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't.
Is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking.
How do you know she lied? Andrew, call that out. PBD, call that out. See, now she just made another claim. Her saying that she's 100% sure Tyler, that is not a lie. That's her feelings. She feels that way.
Questions?
Yeah,
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
deflection.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led.
Andrew, you really are letting her deflect here, honestly, but.
By a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. That's not management, but okay.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in the hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in the hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay. So at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 4 years.
Yeah, but they don't like you, Candace. I mean, Andrew nailed that. He's correct. If you're a diabolical witch about things and you're very nefarious, and it's not even like, here's the other thing that I didn't bring up. It pisses me off how Candace is pretending like she's some protector of sources. I'm not saying she should just outright be like, yeah, here's the source, fuck them, fuck this source, fuck that source. But let's stop pretending she's some protector. She sold out Andrew Colvett. She sold out Joe Kent. Even if that was on accident or not, it doesn't matter, right? And there was another one, I can't remember the name, that she's like, yeah, this person gave it to me. right? And that's just what I know. You know what I mean? Like, I did used to watch every single one of Candace's episodes, all the way up until she did the Bride of Charlie. Not because it offended me or anything. I watched the first episode of that and it was really boring. I thought she was gonna like break out on like why Candace was involved with the death, but she just started like digging into her family history. It was really stupid shit, and I stopped watching after that. And I watched some episodes here and there, but like that's it. She's actually gotten really boring. I think that's why she's also lost quite a few viewers. But she's pretty steady now at the same viewers. Those are the hardcore fans, I guess. Yeah, it's actually just gotten really boring. Just gonna be real with you.
48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
Talking
know
about terrible PR?
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming out that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah,
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
Candace, I know you're not the most like brightest person. You would say incomparable maybe, or you could say false dialect, false equivalency. She said you're making a comparison that cannot be compared. Holy shit. This is the woman who, and by the way, I'm not like this big like English guy. You can ask my wife, she corrects me all the time. I'm not. But like that's the point, is I'm not, and like I'm laughing at you. This is the woman who said that she was as a kid invited to some X-Men special school because her grades or her test scoring was so supreme that they wanted to put her in this X-Men school. Like okay.
Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's.
That's insane. Not everyone's the same. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of women would do that. Candace, I doubt you would. You don't seem that way, but maybe you would. But so what?
Legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TP USA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed.
Debate me, Andrew.
By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well.
Okay.
So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched.
Wait, did she just say pet and explosives?
We're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past.
That's not true, Candace. First off, the pet and explosive would be in this case, because you said projectile still, right? So you still believe it's a projectile. Pet and explosive would be used to push forward that projectile. If you're just talking about the pet and explosive itself, that wouldn't be a projectile, right? That'd be an explosion. Pet and explosives burns at what? Let me hold on one sec. Uh, 4,230 degrees Celsius. One sec. That would be 7,500, 7,700 degrees Fahrenheit. That's almost the temperature of the surface of the sun. It's not quite. The sun is the sun is like 9,000, I think, degrees. It's close. So, so let me get this straight. The pet and explosive, which burns almost as hot as the surface of the fucking sun, you're saying produced no light, right? Because it's on video. It produced no sound, which everyone would hear. In fact, the mics would have picked it up. We'd have audio evidence, but also everyone recording, the people that were in the front row that were recording, no light, no evidence, no sound. Also, no burn marks. The shirt, I'm sure you guys have all seen the video, Charlie Kirk getting killed. Why would the shirt, why would that not burn? It goes through his whole fucking neck. It's burning at 7,600 degrees Fahrenheit, and it doesn't even leave a mark on the shirt. Nothing. Also, if it's holding a microphone, right? Even if the microphone was made of like some kind of metal, again, it's burning at 7,600 degrees Fahrenheit. That's going to burn the metal somewhat. Where's the smoke? I don't... And if it was plastic, where's the explosion? Where's the burn marks? Where's definitely the smoke? Because plastic... Okay, I'm just wondering. Let me just one more time.
That 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down.
Wait a minute. Why would that ruin everything? If it's a projectile, and let's ignore all the pet and explosives and everything I just said about the burning temperature. Let's assume the pet and explosive is used to push the projectile, because she did say it was a projectile, into his neck. If he wasn't leaning forward and he was straight, then I guess it would push it into his chin, right? And then up, I guess, through his mouth and into his brain. But then that would ruin everything, because how can you say it was a shot? Oh, sorry, I'd be in front. I just, if I'm sitting like this, like I'm Charlie Kirk, the shot's coming like this. How could you explain the bullet going a loop up into the chin? That doesn't even make any sense. Like, if anything, they would want him to be leaning forward so it goes into his neck, so that way they can... By the way, that also doesn't make sense, because the hole into his neck is equivalent for a direct shot, right, at a smaller angle. if something was pushing up, you wouldn't see a perfect hole. You would see it kind of rip through up. Also, again, how did it go up and then go down and hit the spine? That doesn't really make sense, but let's just pretend somehow they figure that out. I don't know. You wouldn't see that hole like that. So it's like that.
Because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate.
What do you mean the chicken bones? Dude, the spine is one of the most dense bones, and it also absorbs almost more than any bone, if not more, energy. Let me just ask. Out of all the bones in the body that would absorb or deflect energy, would the spine be one of the top or the top?
Vegetables. They panicked. That was what...
Okay, it's one of the top, but the femur and pelvis can handle more shock. But other than that, the spine is uniquely shaped with curves and soft discs to absorb vertical shock and protect the spinal cord and shock perpendicular. It wouldn't be perfectly perpendicular because he was leaning forward, so it would. And also, we don't know how the bullet traveled after it entered into the skin, but still closer to perpendicular. So yeah, other than the femur and pelvis, and maybe the tibia, I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the top.
Then that's why Terrell
Why
was
she calling it chicken
Again,
bones?
this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay, they panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
Hey, can you answer the question? Did he even start him in sentence?
We're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as
Yeah, I think he's right. I think it's to get to the...
would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past.
Yeah,
The
if
reason why-
anything, he started it a little bit before. He could have started right at the pet and explosives. Okay, just want to make sure.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're
What does it matter? Did you say it or not? All you have to do, Candace, is be like, actually, that's out of context. I was there because I'm that person. I actually said right before it, ignore everything I'm about to say about pet and explosives. This is all a joke. Obviously, that's not what she said. Like, why does it matter? Just all you got to do, which, by the way, just so you guys know, and I know this for a fact, Candace Owens' team is back there. They also are working with Andrew's team both ways. Somebody does a fact check. They are working with each other. So your team is also allowing this. They could also go back and be like, hey, can we rewind back a couple seconds?
just sort of like it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't
so
prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like,
but it's fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because
He just offered to back it up, Candace. Why don't you say yes, right? That's going to save the whole thing, right?
the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories.
Andrew, she's changing the subject.
I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much
Nope. You didn't say explosive Mike. You said Petin specifically.
does look like that
Which we know why she said that, because of the Grim Reaper operation, and she wants it to be Israel.
we see a bunch of shattered road microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't
No, you don't. You actually say it's either shattered microphone or glass. You don't actually say it's the road microphone.
really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, like it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone.
So just answer the question. Do you believe it was a shaped charge? You can literally say no. You can even say maybe, but I'm not leaning that direction.
Who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is. Make sure.
He can't play the whole episode. This is such bad faith. She's like, "Yeah, you just have to play the whole episode, Andrew. If you play the whole episode, I'll sit here with you for an hour."
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that
John Bray, debate me.
Theory is now starting to gain steam since we.
I don't know who John Bray is.
Released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where
exactly
the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have.
Yeah, because depending on where you're standing, Candace, when you're in a compound, there could be echoes to where they might look maybe to the right and to the left. But the vast majority, or at least plurality, is looking back. That's a stupid point. Okay? If there's 5,000 people there and 40% look back and 10% looks kind of to the left, and 5% looks straight to the right, and 7% looks kind of to the forward right, and then like 10% looks forward, and fill in all the blanks till you get to 100%. If 40% is looking back, probably the case, Candace.
Former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform.
Also, just FYI, if there was an explosion, that's going to be a lot louder because a gunshot, I don't know how many of you have shot guns before, especially in an open area, especially where there's a lot of walls where sound can bounce off of and it makes the sound maybe sound a little weird or echoey, right? An explosion, it's going to be louder than that. It's going to be much more direct, especially when everyone's facing Charlie. Everyone's facing Charlie, so the sound's naturally going to come towards you. It's omnidirectional because it's an explosion, so there might be some bouncing off of walls, but it wouldn't go back and up. Why? Because sound, let's say this is an explosion, and it goes, like, let's say out, right? It bounces off the wall. The wall, I assume, is straight. I don't know. I got to go to UVU. It's going to bounce back or maybe bounce that direction, but it's going to stay at that level, okay? It's not going to bounce back and then curve up and go towards the roof that Tyler Robinson was on. Yes, I said Tyler Robinson. But if you shoot from the roof and you shoot down at an angle, now it's omnidirectional. It's going to be going down and out. Now, obviously, the ones that go out, it's just going to go up into the sky. That doesn't matter. But the ones that go down, it's going to hit the ground. It's going to go back up. It's going to hit that wall that might be at an angle. And it's going to go that way and that way and that way. Right? Like,
it was where he said, it's the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
I offered to debate Rob O'Neill because we are friends on Instagram. For those, he's the one that killed Osama bin Laden, apparently. We are friends. We've spoken in the past. And he came out recently. He didn't say as much as Candace did, but he said that some of this stuff doesn't make sense. I didn't offer necessarily debate. I asked him, can you come on my show? I'd like to actually talk to you about why you think that. I got his manager back because he was like away. They gave me an email, but no answer, unfortunately.
We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not
because of air dispersal
yes,
from the bullet.
Yes.
So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle. And that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can?
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you.
It's closer to 3,000 pounds of energy for a 30-06, which I find kind of interesting that you admit that it's 3,000 pounds. I thought you said it wasn't a 30-06.
Bunch of carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy?
So it actually depends on the grain. So 180 grain will be about 2,950 pounds of energy. 100. You know what? I'll just do it right now. How many pounds of energy is a 30-06 150 grain soft point? Yep, so that's about 2,800 pounds, give or take. You know, some. Now for 100 yards, 2,279 foot-pounds. 200 yards, 1,823. So we'll call it 2,000 foot-pounds at 150 yards. So what I think, if it's 180 grain, let's look that up, because it's almost certainly 150 grain with Tyler's shot, but I think it's possible it was 180 grain. That one's a lot closer to 3,000, and it actually gets a little higher at 150. It could be between 2,200 to 2,400. So, you know, just depends if it was 150 versus 180. Also, it also depends on the length of barrel. It also depends on the cleanliness of it. Also depends on how these bullets were stored. See, the problem is bullets, they don't really get old. Excuse me. I mean, they do. But what matters significantly more is how these bullets were stored. If they were stored in some like old coffee can, that's going to do a lot because of moisture. If they were stored correctly, well, they can last a very, 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 very long time at just about, it was 120 to 150 grain. Oh, okay. I thought it was 150 to 180. I could be wrong. I didn't know.
Is it a 30-06 being shot 150 yards away? That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure.
It's definitely going to be definitely at least 2,000. It's not going to be 1,500.
When you just go upward and to the side, I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Yeah, that actually has nothing to do. Listen, Robert O'Neill is qualified to speak about guns. He was a Navy SEAL. Regardless if his stories are or not true, people have come out and said he's, like his own teammates have said he's lied about some stuff, but that's not really the point. He's obviously qualified. But yeah, Andrew's right. Everyone likes to play this appeal to emotion. Like, he was a SEAL Team 6, so you better, like, yeah, respect, 100%. But that actually doesn't mean anything. Gun analysts, right? They're going to know infinitely more about what they're talking about. And they, well, maybe not all of them, but most of them probably have never killed somebody.
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. Right. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, Van.
He's 1,000% not, Candace. He is absolutely correct.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air. It's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Underneath
beneath
the shirt. It starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's.
Oh, you're such full of shit. There's no dude, there's 4K videos of his assassination. By the way, you could see it in fucking 720p and you would be able to see smoke. Are you kidding me?
4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
Yes.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes
that's
of my,
fine. That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people. And this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera. And I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned.
Listen, again, 100% respect what you did, dude, but what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. I'm not even going to argue the shirt thing, although I would, but that's not even the part. It's the last thing you just said. It looked like an explosion. What in the world made it look like an explosion? It's a little confusing. You got like a SEAL Team 6 guy, like, what exactly is it about an explosion? What do you think they look like? Especially Petin explosives.
Concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean,
yeah, I also hate this too. So many people come out. How come there are people trying to grab the cameras and stuff? Well, actually, that makes sense. You want to get the evidence instead of maybe somebody else running up and taking it because they're like, oh shit, I want this, for a souvenir, whatever. I don't care. Whatever the reason. When people say, yeah, but Charlie's dying, you should focus on him. What do you guys think first aid is exactly? Do you think there's like probably 20 plus people on the team, right? There's already 4 people that jump like kind of on Charlie, start to do some original things where they pick him up and start going towards the car. How many more people do you need? It's not like if you throw 20 people on his body while he's bleeding out, literally, like that somehow would make it like that would make it worse, if anything.
I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, I'm
Yeah, I think the difference is she
just asking questions.
Tyler Robinson's not continuing to go after her family or kill them. Candace Owens is continuing to. If Candace Owens said some stuff, and then, God, look at her stupid smug face. Anyways, if Candace Owens said some stuff, and then, like, after a couple weeks was like, you know what, that was wrong with me, I'm just going to stop. Not even says sorry. Doesn't even say sorry, just says I'm stopping, right? And then, like, let's say, I don't know, after a couple months, they ask, like, hey, what do you think about Candace Owens, where she was kind of weird for a couple weeks? You'd be like, it's fine, right? Like, that big difference, dude. Big difference.
Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
Literally everyone
actually
wants to
said
answer
very
them.
little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down.
Right.
So if I'm in real time.
Exactly. Also, I'm not going to say that he's never shot a 30-06, Robert O'Neill, but I can't imagine why he would shoot a 30-06 when he's killed somebody. Because we haven't really used 30-06 as a cartridge for the U.S. military, at least majority, since World War II, I believe. So doesn't really matter anyways.
I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's
not what he said. You fucking idiot. Holy shit. Is she really this dumb? Is she? I can't tell if she's like trying to purposely obfuscate or she's actually this dumb. He didn't say you can't see the shirt move. He said in real time. He said you can see it when you slow it down. Like, seriously. Andrew, please call that out.
If you slow it down,
thank you.
The disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, when people disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break and then we can keep answering.
That's a good place for, I'm getting destroyed on this. I don't have any more answers. Can we please move on?
Answering your questions.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos, that shipped in May.
two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right. And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a
So everyone sees, it stops before any blood, so I think we're okay to show this. This is don't worry, you guys, it's not going to show the blood. So, but if for some reason it still triggers you this video, look away, but it's going to stop only when he moves a little bit. So I'm going to push play. I want to show you guys when the shirt moves. Where's the play button? There you go. Okay. The shirt literally, and that's literally a frame by frame. She said it moves first before he even reacts. You can clearly tell he's reacting at the exact same frame that the shirt moves. As Andrew perfectly said, it's going to be very, very, very quick. This is a extremely slowed down and paused video. Okay, you guys can look now if you're looking away.
a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them.
I find it insane. So I'm looking at the video in slow motion that Rob O'Neill, Candace Owens, all these people think it looks like an explosive because the shirt puffs. An explosive wouldn't just puff your shirt and go back down. An explosive would blow your fucking shirt off. Just saying.
Were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun.
Yeah, actually we do.
Officially, just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me.
There's that nervous tick laugh that people do that I always call out.
Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Don't get me wrong, we all do a little bit of performance in debate. I do laughs too, although I find it actually funny. But it's weird when people do it when they're nervous. That's what I like to call out. Not so much that you're just kind of like, like it's when you're very clearly nervous or you don't want to hear something.
Yeah, sure.
Bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad.
Oh my God, this part. If you guys are already pissed off watching this, this is going to piss you, at least me. This part pissed me off more than anything Candace said. So she's saying to Erica Kirk, straight to jail. For those that haven't seen this yet, look at what her excuse is when he says, what do you mean by straight to jail?
I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's a show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yeah.
She's good. She is good. Like wow, she's good. She actually had that ready. I just meant like, a Monopoly, dude. It's Monopoly. That's what I meant. Erica Kirk, I find it impossible to not find you complicit. What do you mean by complicit? I just, misleading the public. Straight to jail, like in Monopoly.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the.
If anything, that would prove that she has been questioned if they returned everything to her, not the opposite. I don't know what she meant by that. My guess is she hasn't been questioned because they returned everything to her. That would equally, if not more, prove that she has been questioned and they accepted and like that makes sense. Here's your stuff.
Clips that you're pulling from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever.
You can, but if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
That's the point, Candace. That's why he doesn't say it.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So I guess
that's why he hasn't said it, Candace, because he's not. It's. Do you really not get it?
That I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica.
This is like the 10th time she's had to say like, oh, I'm so winning this. I'm doing so good and you're doing so bad.
The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and
you literally allowed for clips and stuff. You're just bitching now because it's not going your way.
That is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
explicitly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. Right? No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before.
Out of contexted clips, just fucking X-Men school level shit right there. Out of contexted.
Email any clips that you want to share with us. Send it over.
You could say out of context clips. Just. All right, Candace.
Let's start a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on. And there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I said.
We got through,
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh, so
I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asking about them, right?
Okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago. They got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica, so
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Yep, anytime now.
Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask? The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
you've been responding by far way more. You've been speaking 80 to 90% of the time. What the fuck is up with her? I don't.
Your way. I want it to look like we've done everything Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful. They had it. So
that's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
Come on, guys.
Lance crime. Okay? Because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
and to be
has his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should show that text
new.
message that you read, just because I think that's important for the public. You shared it out of
This is
context.
funny.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, it's gotta drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler
This is the part that the Candace fans, this is like the only thing the Candace fans are sharing. They're kind of sharing some other stuff, but like, this is the part that the Candace fans think is like, oh my gosh, he won the whole debate, because he doesn't know all 7 charges, and he says murder instead of aggravated murder. I think I brought this up earlier, right? And it's like so ridiculous. And this is why debate is a lost art. Because if I was a judge for a debate, yes, is that funny that the person may not know all of that and the other person does, which obviously she just memorized, right? Yeah. But would it matter to the actual claims? Claim on this person is, I think it's overwhelming evidence, 75 to 85%, that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with a 30-06. Her claim is, I find it to be that he's a patsy, and 0%. I mean, so she's even more extreme with her claim. 0% chance that he shot Charlie Kirk with 30-06, that he is a patsy. Okay? Him not knowing all 7 charges, and or you knowing all 7 charges because you memorized it probably the past couple days you didn't go on your lives, literally prove neither or debunk either. And that's why I find, objectively, bias aside, that Andrew won this debate, because the things he messes up on, if you will, he didn't do so well on. One, he didn't push her hard enough, but that's more debate strategy. I'm talking about for claims wise. The things he messes up on are not things that are relevant to the claim or against her claim. The things Candace messes up on and doesn't provide evidence for, and even backtracks and changes, has everything to do with the claim. Okay.
Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following.
I think it's so funny that Candace was like, we're so professional on my team. We're not doing any gotchas. This is quite literally a gotcha. This is, yeah, exactly. I was just about to say it, Bill, in the chat. This is literally Tucker Carlson's Ted Cruz question. Do you know the population of Iran? It's like, I mean, I can guess. I don't know. It's like, you don't know the you don't know the population of Iran, but you want to attack it? Like, oh my gosh, because whether you go to war with the country or not definitely depends if it's 90 million or 92 million to be specifically, or if it's 80 million. If Iran was 80 million, well, then you can't attack it, right? If Iran was 120 million, then you can't attack it, right? It has to be right there between 90 and 95 million. Is that like, it doesn't matter, right? It's a gotcha. It doesn't fucking matter to the claim. In the case for Ted Cruz, he was defending going to war with Iran. Who cares? Doesn't matter if it was 500 billion people, which wouldn't be possible, but you get what I'm saying? It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if there's 10,000 people.
Is that it? That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like, right. Can you tell me one?
Yeah, he's saying that Tyler Robinson's guilty of specifically shooting Charlie Kirk with a 30-06. Not the legality of the specific what this word means versus that word in a court of law. Because she goes, it's not murder, it's aggravated murder. Would that change anything about Andrew's point? No. It's not like if you say to him, well, it's not murder, it's aggravated murder. All of a sudden, Andrew's gonna go, oh, it's aggravated murder. You know what? Tyler Robinson's definitely a patsy. You're so fucking right. Erica Kirk, oh my gosh, straight to jail, Monopoly-wise. Right? Like, that's what he's arguing. You're arguing the terminology that lawyers, judges, etc. use in a court of law. Now, should he probably have looked it up? Yeah, maybe. But, like, who fucking cares?
And let's do the counter. You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain.
I like how he had to do it in a time limit, but she doesn't.
The difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder.
That's a fault. That's not true. That's not true. You can care about some. I didn't know all 7 charges, and I promise you, I care about finding Charlie Kirk's killer, which I'm also in belief that we have. I'm also open if something comes in the next months or years that proves Tyler Robinson actually really is a patsy. Also, will accept that. I care, and now I know it because I've seen this, but I didn't know all 7 charges. The idea that you don't know all 7 charges, so therefore you cannot care that Charlie Kirk was murdered, is absolutely insane.
It's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence, I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them, and I'm going to say again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them?
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction? You just want to...
It's a massive... It's like you can't even...
It's not a massive difference. She is correct. Legality, again, in a court of law with technicalities, there is a difference. But it's definitely not a massive difference.
And not say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also...
She says
the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just...
Somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport.
It's technically, if she wants to get technical, it's actually commission of a violent offense in front of a child. But I'll accept the minor part. That's not the part I'm arguing. I'm not saying that I would be the person to be like, well, technically it's actually this. I'm just saying because she did that with the aggravated murder. But whatever, it's fine.
The 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counter felony.
Also, again, if we want to get technical, I wouldn't if she wasn't being so technical about it, but felony discharge of a firearm is different than felony discharge of a firearm causing bodily injury. It's about as equally as different as aggravated murder to, actually, it's even more different than aggravated murder to murder, right? Aggravated murder, for those that are asking, I see some of you in the chat, it is murder, but it has extenuating extras, if you will. Like, for example, if you were to do it to an officer or a judge, there's some other cases if it puts others' lives at risk. Those are some aspects of aggravated murder versus murder. That's the only difference. When she said it's way different, it's not way different. But what is actually even more different is felony discharge of a firearm versus felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily harm. So, she's, doing the same thing.
Discharge of a firearm. Obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone. I'm
just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
PBD's just like, just going to go through all your stuff now.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You're giving me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read through
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was a download.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get it.
to know
If you
stuff
deeply
that
care
I don't
about the
know.
case, I just I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So nothing there.
Yeah,
do you have the steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was.
I just want to point out she does have an earpiece. Now, I'm going to give both sides of the case for the earpiece thing that she has. I'm going to give the pro-Candace side and the anti-Candace side because I don't like conspiracies if I can't really prove them. So I do not at all think that somebody's giving her answers in her left ear. I think there was actual confirmation or something talks about an earpiece. Now, the pro-Candace side is that if someone is talking in that earpiece, it would be people in the room, whatever back room they have, where their producers or their team is. Andrew's team would be there too, so I doubt they would be able to talk to her and give her answers because Andrew's team's like, who the fuck are you talking to, right? The conspiracy side could be somebody in a completely different room. That being said, I don't believe that at all. I think she just memorized it and she wanted to ask that as a gotcha question, so she memorized those 7, knowing that she was going to ask the question as a gotcha. The things she said she would never do, I don't ask gotchas. That's what I think happened. I don't think she got texted. I don't think someone's whispering or whatever in the earpiece. I think she just, that's the gotcha she had. It's not that weird that she, maybe her last few episodes, again, I stopped watching her maybe a few episodes ago or the last few episodes, she probably just read, oh, these are the 7 charges. She remembers it. I can read something once and remember it.
Was responding to, and he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there's.
Well,
you
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question...
Nope, it would still be hearsay unless the owner themselves brought the receipt and testified. It would still be 1102, so it wouldn't be beyond that, Candace. That's incorrect. Here we go. The restaurant in question, Cowboy Smokehouse, also referred to as Cowboy Steakhouse, in, I'm going to butcher this, Panguitch, Utah, issued an official public statement reported around July 2026, so last month. It doesn't say what day, so it could have been more or less. That reads in relevant part. This is the official restaurant. I haven't even read this. I don't know what it's about to say. Based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant around September 10th, 2025. We have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us based on the information available to us at the time. We have fully cooperated and will continue to cooperate with the authorities conducting this investigation. Because this is an active matter, we cannot and will not comment further. So she just straight out lied. Okay.
Question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's.
just want to say
right?
you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming.
For those who are wondering, here's the, I know it's backwards, but this is the, like I said, it's on their official Facebook. Read it word for word.
Exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there.
That was the closest thing to an answer we got this whole debate from Candace. I was actually a little excited because I haven't seen the ending yet. I saw pretty much up to the steakhouse question. I was so excited because she just straight up answered the question. He's like, "Hey, do you think this?" No. That, like, I was so excited, and then she went back to her little vague. Well, he doesn't really say like maybe that somebody else like. All right, got it.
Do you think that it's possible? It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
It's been debunked.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No.
Okay, one, that doesn't mean that at all. Like, I watched the preliminary hearing, and I have a crazy good memory that I'm sure I would not remember everything. That's an insane take.
Doesn't
Like,
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against.
First off, Candace Owens forgot that the shit that she fact checked herself on. 3 different fact checks she actually asked for, and it debunked her. She's the one that asked for it. So that's like insane. That'd be like if Andrew Wilson's like, well, clearly you didn't follow the beginning of the case because you.
Tim, when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't know
timeline.
what his issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around 2 people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have
Wouldn't apply here because you're in person.
less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
I
hard
made the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police. When your smartphone does it, we call it convenient.
Whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these not one
Don't care.
guy on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate?
Caching. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive. She had no, all of her,
Thoughts, I'll come to you first.
yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate.
So the person asking, why did I skip her ad? First off, ad spelled AD, but yeah, I skipped Patrick Bet-David's too because we're here to watch the debate. Why would I watch the ad? I don't know if you're just joking. Maybe I'm tripping.
Straight one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am.
Am I tripping, or did she not present any evidence of her claims? She presented zero evidence of her claims. Literally. The only question, and I this is the second time I'm watching it, so I know for a fact this is true. The only question she answered directly was that one from like 5 minutes ago, where and it wasn't even the full claim or question. It was actually the half question point. He said, do you believe this guy planted the screwdriver? She said no. And then when he asked the follow-up question, she went back to her original way. That, I'm dead serious. If you don't believe me, I'll watch it a third time. But go watch it. That's the only one she answered directly.
And never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero.
Yeah, legitimately looking at this objectively, right? Because I'll tell you right now, let's say it was proven that he really was a patsy, or maybe not even a patsy. Maybe it's just they got the wrong guy. It was somebody else. Whatever. I would 100% be like, oh, there's the proof. Looking at it objectively, if I was looking at this from a neutral point of view, I'm like, I'm really curious. I haven't watched all of Candace episodes. Andrew's asking her the question, why is he a patsy? I really want to know what she says. I would 100% say, I have no idea why she thinks that. If somebody's a Candace fan, I'm going to be debating on Monday this exact same debate pretty much about Tyler Robinson. There's a guy that, for those that didn't see me bring it up earlier, there's a guy that wants to debate me. He's a big fan of me, but he thinks that Israel's increasingly, he believes is more involved, even though he says he's more pro-Israel. But it's not even just the Israel thing, just that the narrative doesn't even make sense. If somebody could just tell me legitimately, hey, Nick, maybe you just weren't paying attention. You watched it twice. Here's a concise little, just not big, just concise. Like, here it is. This is what she's saying, why he's a patsy. But if it really is, as Andrew's saying, based off of feelings, which what it seems like, that's what I heard.
Zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being and very Israel. Cautious about making any of those claims.
She also backed away from the Israel thing, which, if just to remind you guys, the Israel thing, that narrative, that's the first one she went with. If you go all the way back, she released one video when Charlie died. It wasn't an episode. It was just like a to my friend Charlie. It was like a, remembrance video. But her first real episode, Netanyahu's face right on the thumbnail, and she brings up Israel, all that. That was her first thing. What was I going to say? And that one had like 12 million views. She lost a lot of views.
Claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the.
He didn't say you guys stalemated the debate. He said about if Andrew feels this way or Candace feels that way. He's saying you guys don't gain ground in convincing each other. Come on,
actual
Candace.
Facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character.
He literally asked you about the screwdriver 5-10 minutes ago. You could have went into it if you really wanted to. You're just lying right now.
And what I've said about Erica, which is my...
Also, he allowed you to ask questions too, so you could have also been like, can we go back to the towel and screwdriver real quick? You didn't, because you're lying right now.
Opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation.
After giving me $300,000, of course.
I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out.
We care about her in the sense that she is a widow. She's not personal to us. Andrew only just barely met her, right? We care about the fact that you're being evil and very manipulative. Again, this idea that you create this binary that if you don't do this, you must not care at all is so fucking gaslighting. It's insane. Wow.
And suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And
like, do I care about Erica Kirk more than people that are close to me? Nope. That makes sense. Does that mean I don't care about someone just attacking a widow? Just okay.
I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this penguin.
So FYI, if people are just tuning in maybe or tuned in after, PBD just asked, hey, do you guys kind of want to take a break and move on to the next thing? It's not like Andrew was like, can we please move on?
Receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on Malance.
Like the steakhouse receipt? You're saying right now, Andrew must not care because he wasn't following stuff close enough. It took me 5 seconds to pull up the official note memo from the steakhouse. It took me 5 seconds. I assume, Candace, you do a lot more research into this than I do. It took me 5 seconds. So I don't think you actually admit when you're wrong, or you're admitting you didn't follow it very closely. It's a lose-lose for you, but I don't know which one's the answer.
It hasn't been ruled out, but you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right.
Like the steakhouse.
I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this at. And to you, PBD, just for
unfortunately, and I don't blame Andrew, he's probably not been following this a lot. Unfortunately, he just didn't have that stuff to call her out. Like, for example, still to this moment hasn't been called out yet. Kind of wish it was. She lied when she said that Tyler Robinson's DNA was the most degraded. Not only is that a lie, it's the literal opposite of truth. At least she conceded about the Lance Twiggs things, but she's still very, very wrong. Again, it's the opposite of the truth. It's not even like, oh, he was the second most degraded. Then I probably wouldn't bring it up. That's a little pedantic. But he's by far, and it was even for some of the DNA, a 1 trillion to 1 likelihood 1 trillion to 1. That's how much Tyler's DNA was on this. And it wasn't just one spot. It was multiple spots of the gun, the towel or wrap, whatever it is, and the screwdriver. How does she, either she knows this and she's just like, oh, thank God Andrew doesn't know it. I can lie. People are going to believe me. Or she actually isn't following this case very much, because I knew she was wrong. And I do not follow this as much as Candace. This is Candace's whole bread and butter. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. Let me look that up real quick. Oh yeah, she's lying.
Being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did.
All right, guys.
Let's
catch up with these super chats, then I'm ending the live. Where's the last one? I read that one. Read that. Yep. Okay. Paul says TikTok has a lot of anti-TPUSA debates and X Spaces. Okay. Simon says goes from debating to a conversation as soon as it's Andrew's turn to cross-examine. True. Trash moderation. Andrew was robbed of a proper cross-examination. True. Legend Must says, imagine being married to this relentlessly and pathologically lying, shrieking, soulless, shameless, evil, shark-eyed banshee. Booker says, Andrew Wilson paid $300,000 to watch PBD and Candace converse. And why is PBD debating them? Just sit in the Sneeko chair and moderate. I tend to agree, actually. Anyways, Dirk says, as a lawyer, it's a mistake for Candace to say about her audience, people trust me, when there are multiple active defamation suits against her. That's true. Toby, thanks for the membership. Toby says, that clip is out of context. Candace Piker. Nazir says, again, what does this have to do with Charlie and Tyler talking about feminism? Also true. Dirk says, Andrew, you need to play my whole episode so that I can file a copy strike with YouTube and erase this humiliating debate forever. Nazir says, Andrew seemed to forget he had an audience during the debate. Candace knew to speak directly to the audience. Maybe jet lag looked like you needed a cigarette or coffee. Yeah, I think that's a good point in the sense that, like, yeah, it's about speaking to the audience. Unfortunately, that is how debate is nowadays. Shouldn't be, but it is. Donald, to be fair, she only asked him to name one. True. Claudioid says, our future is capital F. Thank you all for the gifts. Dead Carnivore, We Are One, Lee Dabrowski, Sabs, Miss Roar, and also Dead Carnivore again. All right, you guys, I really appreciate it. I'll let you guys know on Discord. Join the Discord, nickmattel.net. I'll let you guys know on Discord if I'm going to go live tomorrow or Sunday. Most likely be tomorrow, because I do want to watch the Yosef Haddad debate. I know you guys love when I go on You Mingle, but got to show some support. Yosef Haddad's my brother. Love that guy, so we're going to watch that debate. And I'm going to give some commentary on it. Peace out, y'all. Nature, Laila Tov, Mr. God bless America.